Here.
Dave DeLaylis.
Here.
Doug Avery.
Here.
Tom Dyson. Here. Mike Ferraro. He's absent right now.
Stand for the plate. In a moment of silence.
Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker?
Okay. Let's call like 45 minutes or so.
45 minutes?
No, 4 or 5.
5 minutes?
We're in trouble.
So I'm here to talk about the complete the secret process for the Kingdom Road project. We started this process in September with the lead agency notifications of when it went out. In October, the October board meeting, I passed out basically the completion of that, which is the part 2 and the part 3 of the environmental assessment form. The part 3 includes a kind of a summary of each of the impacts that were identified and what the mitigating factors are going to be. So the hope tonight is to conclude the secret process. With that, there's a draft resolution that would be essentially the conclusion, which would essentially determine a negative declaration for the project. And ultimately that the project would be posted on the ENB. And that's really it. I think, as we talked on a couple weeks ago, we kind of provided that the early board at the board meeting in October. We were almost at the full 30 days. We had not heard any feedback from other agencies objecting to status or having significant comments on any items within the package. So I guess really I just want to kind of present the process. If anybody has any questions on the part 3 that was presented a couple weeks ago at the board meeting and any of the findings on that end. And that's really, I guess I didn't really want to walk through each of these items. I think everyone has had an opportunity to kind of see it, review the document. So really here to answer any questions and we kind of walk through the process. So if the board chooses to basically advance the declaration, we have the resolution, and then ultimately the resolution needs to be, it's a check the box resolution, roll call resolution. And then we also have the part 3 EAF that would need to be signed. Once all that's signed, we would post that, send it on to DEC, and then that process essentially is completed. That's basically the push here is to kind of get ready for the WE application. And we'll work with MRB on that's due a little bit less than a month from today.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yes. If we don't go through this step by step as a group, as a board, do we run the risk of setting ourselves up for possible Article 78 in the future?
Okay. You're always subject to a possible Article 78 every time you do anything. But here, all the secret documents, and specifically the expanded Part 3 section, that was distributed to everybody, was that 3 weeks ago? Yeah, I think of that last meeting. So everybody's had it for 3 weeks. I mean, certainly we're here, we can discuss it if there's anything particular. But on that topic, this is a similar project to what had been that was subject to an Article 78 and was actually overturned. But that project had the sewer line running under the Ludovico Sculpture Trail and all that stuff, and that presented its own set of circumstances. This project has since been changed, and so we now have a new seeker document that's being redone, but redone based on the current project as it stands, which is going down Bear Street as opposed to the Ludovico Sculpture Trail, which has its own set of circumstances which have been evaluated and examined here in this in this seeker, parts 1 and 2, and then you have the expanded part 3, which is really, it's the expanded part 3 that I think is really the, I guess the meat of it. That's where the board should be, I would think, focusing its attention. Because that's where all of the issues that have been identified, you identify the issues in parts 1 and 2, and then part 3, is where you make a determination. And here, some issues were identified, but in the expanded part 3, there's an explanation of how any of those issues are not likely to be significant. So for each item that had been identified. So that's where the most
Well, I just know,
most of the review
as on the
takes
county
place.
board level, we would take the time
Yeah.
to go through the questions as a board.
Okay.
It just seems to me that, and Chuck, I think you might have been there a few times. That way, nobody in the future can question whether this board actually did the due diligence of filling out the seeker, or we just turned it over to an engineering firm and they gave us a piece of paper and we just go ahead and approve it. I don't think that's the purpose of the seeker process. I think the state wants the lead agency essentially to do the review process. That's just my belief. And I mean, if the board wants to just go ahead and blankly approve this, that's fine. Based on the assumption that maybe we read it at home, maybe we didn't. But as a group, we clearly haven't reviewed it all together. That's why I asked the question.
Right, we can do it however we want.
And it seems to me I've been in court about some issue at one point in time, and essentially the judge kind of asked that question. Did the board go through the process? No, well, there you go.
Okay, well,
So I don't want to create more work. I just want a real honest, legal opinion. Do we create a risk, a higher risk, if we do not go through the steps of reviewing every question?
well, I don't think so. Like I said, everybody's had this for 3 weeks.
I understand that, and I just said
If
that.
there's any issues, we can
But-
talk about
So
it.
I guess we could also.
We're all sitting right here. We could also walk through this whole thing, which is fine. We can do that. And actually, Peter, did you have any issues with
Well,
that?
I think, I'm here for whatever the board wants, so I'm
Yeah.
here if you want. So the difference here is that I think we've had, it's somewhat unique, because a lot of times we go through seeker, and it is, we get through we go through the 30-day process of lead agency, we get the letters back, and then that very night, we're going through essentially the resolution, lead agency resolution, and the findings the same night. So the way we've done it here, we've been able to spread the process out, which to me is always, that shows that the board has certainly had time to consider these things, but we can absolutely walk through these as well. Typically, I think Pat mentioned, the way this is set up, I mean, it is a big packet. Part one basically sent out to all potential agencies. And then part 2 identifies the potential impacts, significant, no impact, insignificant. And then part 3 document really kind of walks through each of the ones that we are finding. So I can certainly walk through that. I can do it in less than 45 minutes, I'm pretty sure. So,
Well, I mean, how does the rest of the board feel?
yeah, whatever the board wants.
Am I all wet on
You
this?
want to go through it, or?
I don't know, I mean, I've sat through a couple of these in the 4 years I've been here, but I'm not an expert at it, but I'm not, I don't know, we never talked about the legal ramifications of not going through this question by question. I would certainly want, if we're not doing that, I did read it, but I haven't read many of these. Is there anything in here that stands out to you at all?
Well, good question. So bringing this back to what Pat mentioned, the prior project, which we went through eminent domain and got challenged, the issues there that were challenged were largely on findings with respect to 2 potentially endangered species. Typically talking Indiana bat, that's basically the endangered species that drives all these projects. This particular one, the northern bog violet and imperial moth, were originally identified. That kind of the courts initially challenged or questioned the the findings. So in response to that, as part of this, our environmental scientists have gone back and done a habitat assessment, and they've done the site walk specifically for 3 potentially endangered species. So that has been identified here. That's one that came up that was, I think, wasn't on our end, quite frankly, probably could have been, we could have dotted more I's and checked, dotted more I's and checked and crossed more T's on that one just to kind of show completeness. It would have been addressed through, typically we do a wetland permit and a threatened endangered species. That hadn't been done prior to that. So those issues have been addressed. I mean, the reality is that the project is, it's a pump station and a force main. The conclusion for negative declaration, no significant impacts. It's basically a type 1 action that's a pretty standard one. It'd be rare that you would see something going to the point of like an EIS section would be the determination for a significant project. That to me is the one that kind of stands out the most.
And specifically on that point, that is in the expanded part 3, which is the group of documents at the end, starting at page 6 is where the impact on any of the listed endangered species are addressed.
So to get back to the question at hand, I mean, as far as getting the information between what I've read and that's enough for me. That doesn't address whether we're actually putting ourselves at legal risk.
Brad, can you answer that?
Well, it's hard for us, it's hard to say that we actually reviewed this on our own unless there's some evidence of that, correct? If we sit here as a board and go through this, then it's on the record, it's a public meeting, it's clear that we went through it.
Right.
And however we determine that, whether we want to approve it or make changes, it's done in a public meeting. Otherwise, I mean, is it? Did anybody really review it?
So I don't object to going through it. It probably would be educational on that.
And it is, as far as I understand, it's our obligation to review it.
Well,
Would you like to make a motion to go through this?
Sit down.
I don't think we
Yeah,
need
sit
to
down,
make a
please.
motion. Just need to,
Okay.
Well, either way, why don't we just go?
So I guess, yeah.
Just walk it right through.
walk through part 3.
I'll walk through part 3 document here. Again, for part 3, then I will start with the supporting information, which is pretty much halfway through this packet. And again, this is something that we typically put together in response to part 2 identifies what the impacts are, and it provides an assessment of the impact. Part 3, where there's an identified impact, we walk through that and what the mitigating factors are going to be. So we can do part 2 and say we're going to have a wetland impact, and that's fine because the mitigation that we will apply to wetland permit and will ultimately comply with EDC and our required engineering regulations. So
And just so the board understands, the part 1 is a description of the project. It's information about the project itself that you're presenting, and this is the town's project. So the town is putting the description of the property, includes the map of the new line and everything. Part 2 is where part 2 is there. It's designed to guide the board's inquiry into the various areas for potential impacts related to this project or to any project. The forms are the same for everything you do. But this is the full environmental assessment form. This is larger than some other projects. Some of you might be familiar with the short form that we'll see at the planning board, the zoning board, and things like that. But this is the full assessment form. The full assessment form identifies 18 areas to guide the board's inquiry into where the potential impacts may lie on any particular project. So what Bartle Judas has done for the town, they've gone through all of the 18 questions, all the 18 areas, and in each one you're being asked, is there either no or small impact versus a moderate to large impact? And so they've gone through all that, and then we've mentioned that part 3, which is the expansion where Bartlett Judas has presented, basically all the information that they found. What they've done here is that they've taken every question, all 18 of them from part 2 are specifically addressed in the part 3. So even the ones that come up as would have no or small to no impact, they're in the part 3 also, just to say that. But each one is looked at closely. So you have the part 2, but ultimately everything from part 2 shows up in this extended part 3. So that's what the board should look at to review this. So,
Okay.
I suppose just to start off how this whole process goes.
That's that's an excellent summary, Pat. I guess I'll start on page 2 of the part 3 form. And as Pat mentioned, the impacts of land. If there's an impact identified, we walk through each of the criteria. So we'll start on page 2. We'll talk about impact on land. So the first component is proposed action may involve construction on land where depth of water table is less than 3 feet. Bottom line is we did identify there are shallow groundwater here for many sites. We just rely on databases that are published by DEC and USDA. We did identify that. The mitigating factor here is that this is a construction project for standard erosion sedimentation control systems, silt fence, diversions, reseeding, stabilizing excavated areas. All those things will be incorporated in this. That's essentially the mitigating factor for that type of action. We anticipate we will get some coverage under the speed general permit for stormwater construction. We need to look at that criteria as far as the area. Once we have the final impact area, if we disturb more than 1 acre, we will actually have to get a speedies construction permit as well. And that would include the stormwater pollution prevention plan. All those impacts would be incorporated with or without the need for a speedies construction permit. Proposed action may involve construction slopes of 15% or greater. There are some steep slope areas that we'll be working in. Basically, that's the mitigating factor here will be any type of, when you work on steep slopes, there's not going to be many of them. You want to make sure that you have the ability to run off potential erosion are always a consideration. So silt fence, stabilizing exposed excavation faces, reseeding, stabilizing those, similar type actions to number first item. Second, proposed action may result in increased erosion, whether from physical disturbance or vegetation removal. That's anytime you have a construction impact or a construction site, that's going to happen as you have to remove topsoil and excavate. Our mitigating factors here are very similar to what we talked about in the prior items. Really nothing too special with respect to excavation and disturbance of areas. The second item is, and if anybody has any questions, I'm doing a lot of reading, so I may not see that if you have a question. Second item, impact on geological features. We don't have any impacts, any significant geological features. This project will not have any of those impacts. Third feature, impacts on surface water. The project is going to include a canal crossing, meaning that we're going to drill a pipe below the Seneca River, and we also have a sucker brook. We're going to be installing a pipe across that. That's installed using a technique called horizontal directional drilling. The pipe is drilled and installed below there. As part of that, there's also actually we'll get a permit with New York State Canals, we'll get a permit with the Corps of Engineers and with DEC to facilitate that work. Ultimately, that permit will require what's called a frac out plan to make sure that if there is any issues during the design, that we have a contingency plan in place in the event that there's any type of release in the canals during that work. Again, the HDD, or horizontal directional drilling, is a pretty commonplace construction methodology these days. So the project in general is contemplating just using HDD for even beyond the stormwater impacts. We're going to HDD as much of this as possible. There's certain areas that we won't be able to. We'll have to test trench or install trenches in lieu of HDD. The proposed action may create turbidity in a water body, either from upland erosion, runoff, or by disturbing bottom sediments. Similar to that, I'll read this response: ground disturbances associated with sewer force main and the replacement of Kingdom Road pump station may result in increased upland erosion. Suitable erosion measures will be developed as slip will be prepared. Erosion sedimentation controls will follow during construction to prevent erosion-related turbidity, increase the surface water located within or adjacent to the project area. Seneca River, Barge Canal, Sucker Brook, and Sampson Creek. Ultimately, silt fence is standard construction practices that are employed for any type of disturbance.
Peter, is there going to be any issues where the culvert is on Baird Street, construction in and around that area, given?
Our tying point right now is before the culvert, because we basically have a new design. So initially that design was going to go on Seneca, well, now we're running on Baird Street. There's a manhole on Baird Street that is a good tying point. That's actually before we would have to cross the culvert. So the advantage of doing that is we'll get the discharge. It's less pipe we have to put in. That discharge would go into the manhole. It's probably 50 feet west where the culvert is.
So it's essentially in front of Ferrara Lumber.
Yeah, there's a manhole
That's
there.
where you're going to tie in rather than down at the.
Yeah, that figure is, that's not a design, that's a GIS map, and that showed probably the contemplated figure, but we're kind of in the process of fine tuning the design right now, and there's a manhole right in front of ours. It's the perfect place to put it, and otherwise we are going to create more of an impact across the Seneca Mill property. There's a DOT, that whole bridge abutment is basically DOT right away, so we could route the pipe through there. But the hope is to avoid that, and then if and when the time comes to address Baird Street, that pipe's not even actually from that location, the main pipe, that's a deep manhole, that pipe runs below the culvert. So there's an old sewer line that runs.
It's not forced.
No, it's all gravity. But
Gravity from that point to the.
It's all gravity.
To the plant.
Yes. Yeah, our pipe is a force main that will discharge into that sewer at that point. It's all gravity. It actually crosses the culvert, runs below the culvert. It turns, the sewer runs below 414, and then it takes a right, and then there's a manhole below the Open Street Bridge, and then runs down towards the treatment plant from there. So we will avoid that.
Okay.
Flooding is a big, obviously, it's a bigger and bigger issue. So essentially what the questions are you doing work within the floodplain? The answer is yes. Well, we're crossing the canal. We will be, the canal is essentially the pathway of the canal, the pathway of, I believe, Sucker Brook and Sampson Creek, even though we won't necessarily be crossing Sampson Creek, we're all within the 100-year floodplain. We will be crossing those. We will be crossing those using directional drilling below the canal, so we won't be digging in the canal. We won't be placing any fill within the floodplain. The proposed action may result in required modification of existing drainage patterns. There will be, we're replacing a new pump station. There'll be some minor grading within that footprint of the existing Kingdom Road pump station. We are going to be disturbing ground as we complete the project. So that's going to result in some short-term changes in grading. Ultimately, the goal here is the restoration will essentially be restoring kind. So we're not changing anything besides the footprint of the pump station itself. It's a larger pump station. There's going to be some piping locations, things like that will be reconfigured. Impacts on there, we don't anticipate, or we will not need an air permit for this project. It's a standard construction project and air permits are required. I'm on page 5, item 7, impacts on plants and animal. Basically, the proposed action may result in a reduction or degradation of any habitat used by any rare, threatened, or endangered species listed by the New York State or federal government. So we identified a potential small impact on local flora and fauna. It is a construction project. There will be areas where we need to clear vegetation. All areas are made to reduce or eliminate the impact by limiting clearing following federal and state guidelines related to ecological impacts and review processes. For New York State, that typically involves tree clearing. There's a window for tree clearing, and we're driven by the Indiana bat, is the endangered species here. That's pretty much, even though it's an endangered species, the Indiana bat drives pretty much all construction projects where you have to have any kind of disturbance. So there's a limited window where you can clear trees. I believe it's the tree that's an Indiana bat habitat, I believe, is defined by a tree that's a 4 or 5 inch diameter breast height. So it's a large area there that can be potentially Indiana bat habitat.
Now, will we replace those trees that were taken down?
Typically not. I mean, it's usually, the tree replacement we will have will be really to kind of provide some additional corridor for future access. So the goal would be not to. On Bayard Street, the reason we're going on the south side of Bayard Street, when we looked at this probably 2 years ago, one of the big factors on going on the north side of Bayard Street was the number of trees. So the trees are on there on the south, there's definitely trees on the south side of Bayard Street. That corridor just tends to be a lot more wide open, so we can avoid those trees. Essentially, the objective is the pipe will be going well below any of the trees and outside the root zone. So the trees that I'm talking about are more along that corridor between, say, Sauter's River Road corridor, where it's just the pipe's going to be on the north side, there's going to be some clearing required.
Thank you.
So we did do a record review looking for federally listed and state listed species. That's basically done with databases, the New York State and I believe it's U.S. Fish and Wildlife, I'm sorry. And we also did follow up that with a site visit. The purpose of the site visit was to confirm presence for these species. In addition to that, it was to update the wetland delineation. Given the age of this project, we did a wetland delineation, I think in 2015. That EPA does not allow a wetland delineation to occur. They basically, after 5 years, your wetland limits are no longer any good. So we went back and reassessed the wetland delineation. We have not submitted the wetland permit yet, but that will be, when we kind of get through this initial round of design, we will submit the wetland permit. And we did identify the 3 potential species. The Indiana bat is an endangered species. I believe it has been identified in the area, and the tree clearing one. So really, the mitigating factor for Indiana bat habitat is to not clear trees between basically April 1 through October 31st. That's when they're here. They do hibernate. So between November 1st and March 31st, any habitat the Indiana bat would not be present. That's when we can clear those trees. There's really not a permit required to clear the trees during that time frame, but that's a pretty common mitigating factor for any kind of construction in upstate New York.
Peter, I have a question. So at the beginning of that, on page 6, it states that an Indiana bat summer maternity colony has been documented within 2 miles of the project area.
Mm-hmm.
Is that like a threshold? The 2 miles, is that a threshold, or is that an actual measurement?
That's our research, but the reality is the way DEC is handling the bat is anything. The window is, I think, anything north of Binghamton practically these days. You need to follow this. It's not specific to the fact that there's a identified habitat within 2 miles of here, so it's almost a statewide requirement at this point. So that really, the presence of it, I mean, the mitigation of doing this off-season, essentially, that's I believe they migrate, so I think they won't be impacted by that.
The proposal from Sucker Brook west up the canal is to put it on the north side of River Road, correct?
Yes, yeah.
And there's a quite wide swath of just grass along the road.
We will be in that corridor, and probably is going to be some clearing required in that corridor. So
There's not a lot of, it's got to be 20, 30 foot
Oh
wide.
yeah, there's plenty of room. Yeah, that's really the kind of focus on that, because on the south side, that side we got a water line to avoid. That's really it. So we need to maintain some separation from the water line.
Which water line is on the north side.
Yes.
So, but then you shouldn't have to take a whole lot of trees out, right?
No. So I did talk earlier about the northern bog violet and imperial moth. Again, they were identified years in old databases. They are not present on the site to one extent. Page 8 on 7B, the proposed action may substantially interfere with nesting, breeding, foraging, or other overwintering habitats. Again, this is just how do you mitigate with essentially common species, not necessarily endangered species, deer, skunk, birds, fish. Essentially, it's limiting the clearing. We will limit the clearing to the extent possible. But again, it's a construction project, and there are impacts, and common wildlife, and there will be impacts. They'll be mitigated through just how we coordinate the the construction and the removal of any vegetation. We did not identify.
With
sorry.
global climate change in the future, trees themselves will be an endangered species.
Hopefully not, but you're probably right. Impacts on ag resources, we didn't identify any agricultural resources. There are some ag parcels across the River Road. The parcel to the south is designated ag parcel. We're not going to be on that, so we should be okay. Impacts on aesthetic resources. Proposed action may be visible from any officially designated federal, state, or local scenic or aesthetic resource. Basically, temporary visual impacts associated with pump station, sewer main may occur, or can be restricted to the existing Kingdom Road pump station and the River Road Bayard Street. There's going to be impacts. Sewer force main installation may be visible from the Seneca River Canal and from the portions of the Lumen Eagle Sculpture Trail. Again, we're direction drilling, so we're not going to see a trench, a 9,000-foot long trench through the whole process. So on page 9, it talks about potential aesthetic impacts related to public accessible vantage points. There will be construction along the canal. People will see that. It's going to be short-term. It will be a short-term impact. Situation or activity viewers are engaged while viewing the proposed action. It's an open area. The work will be going down River Road and Bayard Street, so there will be an impact. It's a short-term project. Again, those impacts will be short-lived. Same thing with just other impacts within the distances of the proposed. Half a mile, half to 3 miles, 3 to 5. There's really not going to be any, all the impacts are short term. Once the project's complete, the only thing that will be different will be the pump station, the new pump station that will be installed on that parcel on the north side of 520 by Quality Road. That's going to be a long-term permanent aesthetic impact of the project. Impacts on historic and archaeological resources. We did contact SHPO for this project, and basically going through the Downriver Road and Bayard Street, the SHPO did not have any concerns with that. We had previously coordinated with SHPO on the sewer rehab project. There were some concerns on other areas of town, obviously the historic district through here, in parts of the town. So we do have, part of this process is there is some coordination, there's some documentation with SHPO. They do this a little bit. SHPO takes a little bit more of a due diligence on these projects. We will be in the right of way across the project.
Okay, all right. Yep. Is the doctor still there? No. All right. I'll get out there. Okay.
So next on, we'll go to 11, any impacts on open space and recreation. There won't be any impacts. We did not identify any impacts. We did not identify any impacts on critical environmental areas. There are no critical environmental areas in this area. Impacts on transportation. Proposed action may alter the present pattern of movement of people or goods. It's a construction project. There's going to be temporary impacts, and there will be works on traffic controls during the project. So it's all temporary. Once the project is done, portion of the project, we will, on 5 and 20, we'll be working there, and then as we progress to the east on Old Street, we'll be in the DOT right away, so we'll need a DOT permit for work on the pump station, because we will be in the right of way, and then we'll need a DOT permit for work as we get toward the tail end of the project. That's all within the DOT right of way. The DOT acquired portions of Bayard Street years ago as far as the bridge approach to the Old Street Bridge.
Just want to point out here that the Department of Transportation did respond to our, the lead agency notice, and their response was to really not object to having the town board act as the lead agency, and just brought up the issue of the necessity for the permits, but otherwise did not have any other comments on any particulars of the application of this action.
That's that. Next on impacts on energy, there are no impacts to energy on this project. It's essentially a replacement of a in-kind pump station. Impacts on noise, odor, light. There's certainly going to be construction-related noises during operations, typically with any kind of local construction project. Contractor works, I think, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on the normal stated hours. There's always opportunities to give them cool if they need to go longer than that. Proposed matching may result in routine orders for more than 1 hour per day. It is a pump station. We are pumping wastewater, so there will be some odor impacts associated, which is during construction. Typically what we would have is odor control stations. We will incorporate an odor control station in the Kingdom Road. It's a force main, so we want to make sure that we don't have a chemical addition stage to that before we discharge into the down in Bayard Street. We're pumping stormwater about 9,000 feet, so there's potential to create odors in that, and that'll be addressed through a chemical addition. We have a similar setup on Route 414 pump station, as well as there's a couple on Route 318 as well, that the county owns, but the town maintains.
How do we, it says that you're going to be building a new pump station on the footprint of the old, tear it down. So what moves this waste in the interim?
Coordination. We basically do bypass pumping, so it's happened before when pumps have failed. Similar to like when Joe said pumps
So
have failed.
there's a temporary,
The existing pump station has temporary piping that you can connect to, so essentially it's called a goblin pump. I'm not sure if the town has one, or with the contractor would come in with a temporary pump that would operate with a pull-out.
Deteriorate.
So that force, that the existing force main would be reused, because at some point in time we need to rip out the existing well and kind of get the building out there and replace it. So there's probably going to be several weeks where we're going to be temporarily pumping, kind of maintain that station. So that's the challenge on the coordination when you're doing the work, because that's when you're susceptible. But as long as we develop a bypass pumping plan,
can't hook up, can't build the other one 10 feet one way or the other, or the new one. And
that site's a postage stamp. It's going to be really tight. So there will be a time you kind of maintain some separation, but right now the pump station's going to be going on the wet well, and that's really currently the pumps are in the wet well, so the pumps need to be removed. The configuration of the new pump station is that it has to sit on top of that wet well, and the pumps sit. So there's a time when we'll pump as much as we'll maintain the existing pumps as long as possible. Once that's done, the new pump station goes on, but in that time, that's when we'll be doing some temporary pumping. So that's a coordination issue with how the project is a challenge. I mean, that's what's,
yeah,
but that's,
and keep it out of the canal.
Yeah. It's when Joe said pumps failed at the station before, he said we did, do the same thing, basically, bypass pump, so.
Peter, the odor there is bad now. When this is done, that should alleviate that.
We will have a chemical addition, a chemical station there. The odor there really is, it's more a function of balancing what's going on at 414 as far as it's just with when you pump sanitary wastewater in a force main, it doesn't mix with oxygen. That's when it can have the potential. So there's a chemical. It's basically it's called dioxide. Is the chemical that's applied and it's pumped into the pump station at 414. So as those odors, the chemical we currently use is more of a preventive measure to kind of reduce the potential for odor formation. So it's we'll have the same issue at Kingdom Road. We're pumping that same wastewater at 9,000 feet. So at that point in time, it's really more additional dosing of that chemical before it. That's one of the challenges with having to pump wastewater. That's the most cost-effective way to reduce the potential for odors to be created. There's other things, if you already have those odors present, there's things you can add to that wastewater to kind of, you can put an aerator in the tank, you can add other chemicals, chlorine, bleach basically to kind of kill, reduce or oxidize whatever's there already. But typically it's adding this chemical to kind of help prevent those odors. So,
So the new installation doesn't, but there's a process.
we'll have a similar pump station with the new system that we do. That's on 414. That there's a small. If you drive by 414, you can't see it. It's on the back, but it's a little meter and skid. I think of like probably a 1,000-gallon tank on 414 that fill up with chemical. Similar.
We already have that in Cadillac.
That's a 414. Yeah. We're gonna need one for Kingdom Road too. just because of the distance, Kingdom Road's and where it discharges, Kingdom Road's gonna be discharging on Bayard Street, so it's gonna be a pretty highly traveled area, so you wanna have that. So lead chemical 414, we're already doing that, and the lead chemical again at Kingdom Road. It's not gonna address, the chemical pumped at 414 will mitigate odors at Kingdom Road. The chemicals we put into Kingdom Road will mitigate odors that could be formed in the pipe at Bayard Street where we're discharging in that home. So that's basically, Bayard Street still, it's a pretty busy, obviously a lot of stop cars, a lot of slow traffic there, so there's definitely potential there. You're right by the Seneca and the parcel by Ferrari, so definitely an area it's a high profile area, highly.
A lot of people
A lot of
walk.
people do it, yeah.
There's a lot of walkers
Yeah,
downtown.
so, yeah, that's part of the project, just to make sure that we have, the appropriate systems in place, so.
I guess, the second part of my question was, is it gonna get worse before it gets better? I guess that's still pertinent.
So the
It's going to get
414,
worse because of the construction before it gets better.
the construction really there's really limited, the construction's not it's a longer term issue, more bigger picture on how the system is maintained, so. There was a chemical dosing system at 414. I know it was bad, my understanding was it's gotten better since that's been applied, but it's an annual expense to purchase those chemicals. They're not cheap, but I mean, ultimately that's the mitigation.
What happens at Baird Street, I think, is going to be a real priority, or a real concern.
Sure, yeah. So, yeah, again, we have, it's the same, similar, 414 to Kingdom Road. That one's probably, I think that's it's been a long time, I think about a mile. And then from Kingdom Road to, given that location when discharge is about 8,500 feet. With the new configuration we have, we've lost about 400, or I think about 900 feet off what we originally thought was going to be the configuration, but it's a straighter shot down, and then we're discharging to a closer location. But again, it does need to be.
I mean, it's as simple as Baird Street cannot smell like Halsey Road smells now.
Sure.
Did that get part of the record? That's part of the record.
So we've identified that as far as the mitigation. I think that obviously that's going to be part of the design with respect to looking at the water control station of the size appropriately. So it's the odor chemicals and odor control require it's a little bit of a balance because it's easy to overdose and spend a lot of money on the odor. So we're trying to find the balance because it is. I think for 318, there's 3 stations on 318. 2 stations on 318 and 414, I think that's almost about a $20,000 a year expenditure for those stations. The more you pump through, sometimes it's not intuitive, but the more you pump through, the faster you pump it through, the less odor potential you have. It's when you have stations that water just sits there, it just gets very stagnant. With Kingdom Road, it's going to be it's a large station. There's always going to be water moving through there, so that will help. That in and of itself does help mitigate it.
Thanks.
Talk about impacts to human health. Really, there aren't any. It's a short-term construction project. There's really no. I think we have schools that are within 1,100 feet of the project, but that's really not an impact per se in that one, other than construction isn't necessarily considered to have an adverse impact on health, human health. So I would argue it's probably going to have a benefit to human health because we're providing the necessary component in order to reduce the overflow. So, and then I think we're getting toward the end here. The last one is proposed action may result in excavation or disturbances within 2,000 feet of the site used for the disposal of solid or hazardous waste. Typically, this is just making sure that you're not digging in contaminated ground. So we have, DEC has spill records, we reviewed the spill records, and I think we found 3 sites. Gould's actually has a few sites that are inactive, has waste sites that have been cleaned up, and I think there's a couple of former manufactured gas plants on the canal. We did identify those locations. We're not we're not near those, so there's really no expectation of identifying contaminated soil when we're doing the work. Last one is consistent with consistency with community plans, there's really no impact identified with this project. It's actually pretty consistent with what the town wants. And then consistency with community character, we did not identify any impacts on inconsistencies with the overall character. So that's it for the part 3 methods for mitigating the identified impacts to the Clean Road project.
Thank you.
Thank you for questions. Any other questions?
And there are no plans to hook any other, all this is gonna handle is 414 waste, correct? This sewer line is not slated to handle any municipal waste within essentially the old village limits.
No, this is really, it's 414, it's the West Seneca Falls, it's the heart and soul of the commercial part of Seneca Falls. It's West
Right.
Seneca Falls Sewer
Right.
District, 414, 5 and 20,
Right.
extending up to Route 318. Yeah, it's the village, I think the line of demarcation is actually, most of the gravity kind of flows this way, but I think that's right at the village line. There's some gravity that kind of comes that way, but that's not part of it. So yeah, any of the village is all separate, that's pretty much.
So this isn't gonna mitigate any issues that we have with the current sewer system?
Sure, well, I mean,
Within the village.
The issue with periodic overflows on the
Fall
north
Street.
side, Fall Street, yeah, so this.
But not Bear Street.
No, yeah, so we're diverting here, so we're basically getting around that, so anything that, it's gonna reduce that flow, that wet weather, well, it's gonna reduce the flow into Fall Street, that'll help during those wet weather events, it's 1,000 gallons a minute less flow going down the Fall Street sewer. When, during wet weather flows, roof drains, that type of thing, they have overtop those, that side of Fall Street pass.
Peter, I know, we know 318, 414, I know we'll go there. Is there a specific part of Fall Street or 5 and 20 that will eventually end up into the new line? Maybe that would be a better explanation of
Yeah, there is a
what
lot,
part of the
yeah.
property would be picked up, because
There's some gravity sewers on 5 and 20 that drain towards the west, towards the station. They're outside, they probably extend right towards the village line. I know there's nothing in the village that drains towards this. There's certainly some, it does extend down 5 and 20. It's not quite to Gould's, but Gould's, I think, is in the village. It's almost, I think that the Seneca machine is
it's going to be west of
that.
Bulls. So,
Yeah. So the Seneca machine, there's users, or not many users on 414. I think the biggest user on 5 and 20 is probably like St. Meadows, would be, they're right there.
But there's a lot of commercial property that will be picked up
Yeah.
that are currently using Fall Street at the moment.
Well, everybody's using Fall
Will be
Street.
picked up. Pardon?
Well, anyone that's currently draining, we're not gonna pick up new
Right.
users, anyone that's draining into Kingdom Road, that's who's gonna be affected, that's basically, so all that will be diverted and kind of the south side of the canal.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so I think the next step would be basically if it's accepted, it's the resolution for.
We're going to do that on next week?
Well, we can do it right now. if you like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody has
Yes.
well, first off, everybody has the
Everybody's had it.
resolution and has had it for several weeks. The lead agency letters that went out more than a month ago, so we have met all the time limitations and the requirements. So this is before the board. You can act on it right now, or you can act on it next week. It's not, but it's all, fresh in everybody's mind right now, I would think.
The only thing I would offer is we have a public hearing on next Tuesday,
Yeah.
which we should have this done before the
Done
public
in
hearing.
place, right.
Yes.
So we good to move forward with the resolution?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Okay, so, resolution, proposed action, Town of Seneca Falls, Kingdom Road Pump Station and Force Main. Resolution determined that the proposed Town of Seneca Falls, Kingdom Road Pump Station and Force Main Improvements Project is a type 1 action and will not have a significant adverse impact on the environment. I'm not gonna read all the whereases, but whereas the town of Seneca Falls is proposing the town of Seneca Falls Kingdom Road Pump Station and Force Main Improvement Project located on the town of Seneca Falls, Seneca County. The project has been classified as a type 1 action as defined by the State Environmental Quality Review Act in section 617.4, whereas the town of Seneca Falls Town Board sent a letter and part 1 of full environmental assessment form to other potentially interested agencies and involved agencies, and indicating the town's desire to serve as the lead agency and to complete a coordinated review of the project in accordance with 6 NYCRR Part 617.6. Whereas pursuant to the secret regulations, the town of Seneca Falls Town Board has considered the significance of the potential environmental impacts of the project by A, using the criteria specified in section 617.7 of the secret regulations, and B, examining the FEF for the project, including the facts and conclusions in parts 1, 2, and 3 of the FEAF, together with other available supporting information to identify the relevant areas of environmental concern. Now therefore be it resolved that the town of Seneca Falls Town Board hereby establishes itself as lead agency for the project, and be it further resolved that based upon an examination of the FEAF and the other available supporting information, and considering both the magnitude and importance of each relevant area of environmental concern, and based further upon the town's knowledge of the area surrounding the project, the town of Seneca Falls Town Board makes the determination that the project will not have a significant adverse environmental impact, and that the project will not require the preparation of a draft environmental impact statement. And be it further resolved that as a consequence of such findings and declaration, and in compliance with the requirements of SECRA, the town of Seneca Falls Town Board, as lead agency, hereby directs the town of Seneca Falls supervisor to sign the FEAF Part 3 determination of significance, indicating that a negative declaration has been issued for the project. This resolution shall take effect immediately and will be properly noticed. The question of adoption of the following resolution was duly put to a vote, and upon roll call, the vote was as follows. Can I have a second for that resolution, please?
Second.
Thank you. Town Clerk Greer, would you please take roll call as far as
Mike Ferrara,
A?
John Avery, Doug Avery, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Dave DeLalis,
Aye.
Steve Churchill,
Aye.
Don Dyson. Aye. 5-1.
Thank you. The foregoing resolution is therefore declared duly adopted, and I will sign this and pass this along. Peter, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay. Let me sign this one, and I'm going to sign yours. Okay, one other item of business before we get into some budget stuff. Parks and Recreation was supposed to be going tonight. We did a little switching around. Courts is here. Are the other part of the courts here?
Right here, right over here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you guys over there. I apologize. So we switched around with courts and Parks and Recreation. I have a motion in the Parks and Recreation category that I'd like to enact tonight. Missy's not here, but I can give you some details. The motion is to change a civil service classification. So I'm going to make a motion that we change civil service classification from recreation leader to assistant director. And can I have a second for that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. So we had a resignation as the recreation director, or I'm sorry, recreation leader. And Missy would like to replace that with assistant director. It's a different civil service classification, so the county requires us to have a board action. It's a difference of about $800 in salary. Our current recreation leader position that the person has resigned was $37,960. The assistant director's position is $38,027. So it's, I don't know, $40. It's $51 difference type of thing. And Missy felt that with the assistant director, it's a higher set of qualifications. It's a competitive position, and better qualified people would be applying for the position. So it's almost a neutral balance as far as salary-wise, but the county requires us to have a board approval to change the classification. And as I said, Missy was supposed to be here tonight, but we did some switching around type of thing. Any questions, or I can answer on that one?
I would defer to her and you about
Yeah.
whether one is better than the other. That's the recommendation.
One's a non-competitive position, which means there's no test required. The other one, the assistant director, is a competitive position, and she felt very strongly that it would be a better level of candidates. More education, more experience, and the money is not. Okay, all in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay. Gentlemen?
Mr. Supervisor?
Grab another chair.
Yeah, we're going on. Oh, we'll break one of these.
Probably not this week, but I can talk to you.
Reckon, please.
Very good. Thank you. Everybody knows where we are in the budget, we can call it out.
11, bottom of page 1. Page 1, bottom of page 1.
Really?
Thank you. It's like this.
It is.
All right. Mr. Supervisor, I'll call you, you want to go over the budget worksheet first?
It's, I was under, my personal opinion was if there's any major changes in your budget, you're gonna have to defer to the other council people. If you wanna go line by line, I don't know. Gentlemen, ladies, do you wanna go line by line, or how do you wanna do it?
Is there any changes?
Yeah, but most of them are, there's a few changes. Most of them, we've tried to give back, or look at our line items, see can we do without a few extra dollars in these line items here.
Can we do changes?
You're right.
Is that okay?
I mean, I find the line by line, it's so quick to say there's no change and move
Yeah,
on.
we can do that.
That,
Okay.
that actually is more clear if we go line by line. I don't think it adds to the time.
Okay, so we'll start, I suppose, with I guess we'll go with line number 1107, special court security. There's no change there that we would like to see. I think the 16,000 is probably going to be just about what we'll use up next year. The last report we got was in July. We didn't hold court the first 2 months of the year, so it's kind of hard to determine exactly where we'll be at the end of the year. So we want to try to keep that at 16,000. The court longevity, that's about that. That's just something that's the norm. The equipment line, we reduced that by $200. We've been lucky, and the clerks have worked hard to get all of our equipment up to snuff, relatively new. We've replaced a lot of the older printers, scanners, things of that sort. Bought a copier here. That was bought with a grant through the JCAT. Office and computer supplies, change, no change. Let me see. Yeah, the change there is $400. We thought that we could do with 400 less and see how that makes up, how we make out with that. And if there's any questions on any of this as I go through it, please.
Yeah, and we are taking advantage of all the grants, right, from the court, New York State Court.
Yes, they come along. This year, we did not apply for a JCAP grant this year because we talked about it, couldn't really think of, we have all the major items that we need. So this year we didn't apply for that, but we'll do that again next year. We've been successful every year that we've applied for that, getting money to buy, for example, the copier
Sure,
and other
yeah.
equipment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Postage, no change there. In fact, we might be coming back and looking for more money with the rules that have been changed. We may end up being a whole lot more mailings going out, but we can talk about that in a little bit. Trial expenses, no change. We both have trials set up in the near future, jury trials, so we're going to ask to leave that as it is. We're not certain what expense might be incurred holding a jury trial. Neither of us have ever had one, so we'll see how that plays out this year. If all of them go through, we'll have a good handle on the budget next year as far as whether we need the whole $1,000 in there.
So for this year, it was budgeted $1,000 for trial expenses, and we haven't spent any of it. And I don't know what we spent. It looks like 0 in 2020.
Right.
So were those funds encumbered and just carried over, or
Yeah, well,
returned to the?
when we sat and did our budget workshop, like we're doing right now, we just requested that line item remain the same. So
So it's not new dollars, though. So do we need
it's
new
not
dollars?
new dollars yet. We don't know because we've not neither of us have had a jury trial, so we don't know what the expense, if any, might be incurred.
So I guess what I'm asking is, do we still have $1,000 for $2,000 in the coffer for that?
No,
No.
Okay.
at the end of the year, the budget, and even if not spent, goes, unless it's encumbered, goes back into the general savings.
Okay. All right. And in this case, it was, correct?
Right.
Thank
And
you.
the trials that you have coming, those are going to be or at least some of it in 2021, or?
I have one scheduled for November, possibly two, and Judge Kelly, I think, just said that one of them.
As of today, I have one scheduled tentatively in February.
Okay. So we're looking at least one.
Possibly, yeah, one, if everything goes through, it'll be one this year, maybe two, before the end of the year. The interpreter, we don't want to change that because we've been using an interpreter quite often. We have a lot of folks that are from out of town and come pass through, and they don't speak a lot of English, some of them. And we have a whole list of interpreters that we can use if we need an interpreter, and they all have to be state certified, and so each time one comes, they get a fair salary, I don't know, salary, stipend, whatever you want to call it. They get paid fairly well. And it won't take long, I don't think, for us to use that $2,000.
Well, I mean, a little over half the year, we only spent 170.
Yeah, some of the bill voices haven't probably gone out for the last 2 or 3 times that we've used this person. So, and I think if I'm not mistaken, that probably would be another $500, $600.
I know we've signed interpreter vouchers recently.
You signed a check last month for one, there's some more
So-
coming. Yeah.
I've had at least 3 times the interpreters had to show up, and as the judge said, we have folks based on the locations that they're coming into our area from that speak Spanish quite often and whatnot. And it's basically a requirement to be able to have them understand the process. That's just as a need arises, we have to accommodate it, and it's hard to tell, how many of those folks would need that service.
Okay, so education line item, we thought we could spare $500 out of that line item. The education is mandatory for both clerks and judges now, and so that requires training sometimes out of town. different conferences and things like that. It's up to the judges, of course, if they choose to do it at conference or online or however they want to do it. There's a huge benefit to being in person with other judges. And you know, we have this hotline that we call when we have questions of a legal nature regarding a situation or a case. And those folks are all in Albany. We talk to several of them on many occasions, and these folks are all at these trainings. So we get to meet them and firsthand ask questions that we may not have thought to ask them over the phone. It's just a good experience. It's a lot better way to learn. So 500 is what we deducted from that. See how that plays out next year. Maintenance contracts, because we have all pretty much new equipment, we give back $1,000 there. Books and publications, it's tough to give anything back out of that line item only because when you have to have a book, they're very expensive. Law books are very expensive, you know. Sometimes the state, very seldom does the state pay for anything, as you might know. And so we deducted $100 there, but we'd like to keep $900 in that line item. Dues and fees, we knocked out $40 there. We all are members of organizations, magistrates associations, court clerks associations, we all have to pay dues. And the miscellaneous line item, carry that every year. We keep that at $250 just in case it covers things that isn't covered in any of the other line items. And then there's the cell phone line item there, and we looked at 500. So with that said, are there any questions about any of this?
Well, I mean, you do understand, right, that you can always come back to the board.
Absolutely.
Right, during the year for if you have some
we get-
expenditures that we have
Sure.
appropriated funds for.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Churchill. Yeah, we know that if we get into a pinch and we didn't budget enough, that we can come back and try to fix that.
We like to keep it as close to the bone as we can, but we understand that, you know, it's not an exact science, right?
No, it's not too many variables. Unexpected things happen, rules and laws change, and that affects expenditures and things of that sort.
And some things that aren't really visible in this line by line item, that we're trying to help do our part in cutting back. I recently changed my court dates and court times from the evening where it was my predecessor had court in the afternoon, and that was costing the town roughly 8 hours of overtime a pay period because of the evening hours and we had court till 1 in the morning a little while ago. So we changed in order to try to reduce the amount of overtime and expenditures, we changed the court to day to noon, which did two things. It eliminated the overtime for the most part on a regular basis. And it also made additional clerks available to collect the fines. A lot of times when the people are in here, they offer to make the payment right away. When we were doing the evening course, we didn't have another clerk in the office to facilitate the payment.
Right.
And then sometimes when you're not right there, you sort of put that on the back burner, and then it goes into a situation where we don't get paid at all. When they're able to make the payment right away, they tend to go right over and do it when they're able to do that. So that will also assist in collecting the fees and eliminating that extra overtime that we are currently for. So that I don't know if that it's really not glaring in the line by line.
No, it's not, but it's a good, use of becoming a little bit more efficient, and, the people of the town probably would appreciate that if they understood what we're doing. So, thank you.
Any other questions about any of the line items in our proposed budget? If not, there are two other budgetary issues that we would like to present to the board for consideration. One being replacing our part-time court clerk who just left to go another job, and the other, as I said, for consideration, possible raises for our court clerks. Well, I just want to give you a little bit of history, if I can, about the clerks in the Seneca Falls County Court. When I took office 8 years ago, there was 4 court clerks. When myself and Judge Lafferty got elected, 2 of those court clerks left, and left us with having to, fill one of the full-time slots with the remaining part-timer, and we just carried the full-timer along with us that had been working full-time. However, the court clerks in this court, which is the busiest court in the county outside of county court, are extremely busy. If they had nothing to do but focus just on their case workloads alone, it takes up most of their time. But there's so much more that has to be done now for a variety of reasons. And what we need is a part-time court clerk that can help with some of these responsibilities. I'm just going to hand this out real quick.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So when you came on, there was 4 court clerks.
4
Were
court
they
clerks.
full-time, part-time?
3 full-time, 1 part-time.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is just a list of the clerk's responsibilities. These are some of the things, and there's quite a list. I don't expect you to read it all right now, but would you like to count? I don't expect that you'll read it all right now. You can glance through it, but there's a lot more to add to that our last part-time court clerk was doing. And I'd like to just go over some of those responsibilities. One of the big things that our last part-time court clerk did was cover for the other 2 full-time clerks when they had to allow them to focus on getting their casework done. Because I don't know, I won't speak for Judge Kelly, but my court, I hold my court twice a month and every 2 weeks. And from one court week to the next, it takes about that much time for my clerk to get all of the paperwork and documentation and everything done that needs to be done. And it has to be done in an efficient and appropriate and manner. They're very, they don't make mistakes. They're not allowed to make mistakes. And if they do, they correct them immediately. If they make mistakes, it has drastic effects on the person's life. It could have on their, ability to get a job, their ability to get a license. Just one wrong move or one wrong document sent to the wrong person could cause a whole lot of trouble. So it allows the full-time clerks to focus on their files. One of the other issues is, if we're only held to 2 full-time court clerks with the caseload that they have, it's going to be difficult for them to take vacation. Now they can take vacation, but while they're gone, for example, if my clerk went on vacation, we have court next week. So let's say I hold court next week. Oh, no, I have court this week. What am I thinking? So Friday she says I'm going on vacation, takes off for a week. When she's gone, her work just sits on her desk. It just sits there. Nobody can do the work that she needs to do to get the paperwork, input it into the computer, to send things to the lawyers, probation, the different attorneys. The work just sits there. When she comes back a week later, that following week she's got court again. So it's been difficult for her to get that work that piled up done. So the point I'm getting at is a part-time court clerk can fill in and do some of that work while the others are on vacation. Otherwise, it does not lend to the efficiency and effectiveness of our court. It will cause a huge backlog and be very difficult to keep on top of things. Some of the things that the part-time clerk that just left was doing also was she was like the office manager liaison. She did all the things that we asked her to do in regards to keeping in touch with the town supervisor and the town clerk and Bev. She would take care of business that we asked her to take care of, that she knew she had to take care of, and it wouldn't take up the time of the full-time clerks. The other thing is that we are a part of the 7th Judicial District. The part-time clerk that just left would be the person to the go-to person. She would be the person to contact them every time there was an issue or that we needed something. And if they contacted us and needed something, then that person, that part-time clerk, was handling that. She ordered supplies. She worked with the vendors, purchasing, equipment and making sure it got set up properly. For example, when Judge Kelly took office a while back, before he got here, she made sure that his IT system was all set up and ready to go, which would have taken a whole lot of time away from the other full-time clerks and the work that they had to do. One of the other things that we need to take into account from our perspective is the new laws that have been passed by New York State, which in fact do create a lot more work. And for one example, the section, Penal Law Section 221 regarding marijuana. As you know, it's legal. And there are certain convictions whereby the clerks have to go back, and it's mandatory for them to expunge those records and seal them. That's very time-consuming, labor-intensive. They actually have to go find the actual file which might be in storage at one of the 2 locations we store our files. That's just one. Certain convictions need to be expunged, and then you're getting motions from attorneys regarding their clients who were convicted of a 221 section of the penal law that aren't necessarily mandatory, but you still have to check on it. If they tell you this is what they were convicted of, you still got to look that up in the files. If you can find it in the files on the computer, then you got to go get the hard file, the hard copy, because the whole thing has to be sealed up once the work is done for expunging the records. Vehicle and traffic law is another example. Just one piece. It used to be if somebody came to court and pled guilty and they didn't pay their fine, we'd suspend their license. That was some kind of motivation. It's supposed to be motivation for them to come in and pay their fines. That was what the state used to do. Now the state is saying, as long as they show up in court and they adjudicate your case, you can assess a fine, but if they don't pay it, you can't take their license. So what the state of New York, the DMV, has done is all the people that were suspended for not paying fines, they've reinstated their licenses. The only thing that we can do now, if someone comes to court and enters a plea and a fine is assessed, we have to send several letters to say, hey, did you forget that you need to pay us? Hey, and then you have to send 2 or 3 letters, time-consuming, labor-intensive, and then when they don't show up and they still don't respond, then the court will file a civil judgment against that person. Again, more paperwork, labor-intensive, have to do up the paperwork, get it up to Tina Lowe's. So that's another example. And I'm just throwing out a couple of examples where most recent law changes have created more, increased the volume of work. Whereby if the full-time court clerks had to do their regular work, concentrating on their court files, and try to do all this other stuff, it would be very difficult for them to keep up. The 7th Judicial also has made a request that we have files sitting in here that are old. They want us to get rid of them. So they're saying, okay, so you either dismiss a case or you file a civil judgment. Judge, you decide, it's your discretion. All right? But whatever we do requires more paperwork, requires more, it's labor intensive. And, eventually when they check on us again and see that that's not happening, they're going to want to know what's going on. A part-time clerk would be working on those files to get those, to help us take care of those issues.
Did the other part-time clerk work on those?
Yes, that's what a lot of the work was that she did. And she would help the full-time clerks if they needed help. Or again, if one of them was out for whatever reason, she'd sit in. And she was actually, it was very convenient. She was actually, they're all well trained. She was actually able to sit in court and actually, while court was being held, sit in court.
Is there a reason why the court closes at 1 o'clock?
That's to allow the work to get done. There's so much of it, Mike, that if they have...
So I understand there's a lot of work to be done, but to close the door and then close the window at 1 o'clock with at least 2 people in there and maybe 3 people in there, we can't keep the court open for people to pay their fines and have questions. I just find that hard to believe. 3 people.
One of the big reasons.
I just find that hard to believe.
Well, it was at the suggestion of someone from the 7th Judicial, and one of the reasons we do that is so that we can take care of our books every day.
But it's bad optics. It's bad optics. It's just.
Well, that's something, obviously, I know, Mike, you talked about that before, it's not something that we can't take into consideration, for sure.
I just,
But as far
you're
as-
asking for another clerk, and we can't keep the court open all day with 3 people. It's bad optics. It sends the wrong message to our community and to the people who come to the court. It just sends a very bad message as far as I'm concerned.
You know what, I hear what you're saying. I personally have never had a complaint from anybody. I've heard from-
I get complaints all the
Okay,
time.
and I've heard it from
All the
you,
time.
but I've never had anybody from the public call and, want me to return a phone call, so.
A lot of people don't get, nobody around here gets complaints about the garbage pickup either, but I get them 25 times a
You
day.
get them all, right? Okay.
Chuck, from a budgetary standpoint, so that part-time clerk is still in the budget.
It is, but I'm going to defer to them. I don't think that,
But it's in at a almost 37% decrease. So is that fewer hours, less experience? I don't know how.
Less experience, even though it was in the budget previously, it was a part-time position, ended up being 30-plus hours position.
well,
The way it worked out.
the other piece to this, our presentation has to do with that, with the budgetary issues regarding our request for the part-time clerk, and the fact that the town will be saving several $1,000s if they follow our line of reasoning and support our efforts. And I can talk about that in just a moment. The other thing too is, we can't just have anybody in there as a part-time clerk. We can't just hire, anybody. The person we hire has to be vetted, and they have to be able to pass certain exams, because they have to be able to access files from the state Department of Criminal Justice Services, and Steve can go into that because that's his thing that he handles. But I mean, they can't be anybody. They have to be vetted, and they have to be able to get past these tests.
It's not a competitive position, though.
No, it'll be a clerk to the town justice.
We were fortunate with the past part-time clerk in the fact that she was also a judge and she was also a trained clerk. So she had these skills, she's had the vetting, she was very experienced in doing that. So she could fluidly take the place of one of our clerks when they're on vacation, when they're on leave. The clerks, just so it's clear, I mean, their main duty is each judge is assigned a clerk. Each clerk is taking care of the caseload for that particular judge, which is preparing the court files, preparing the scheduling, liaison with the district attorney's office, with the defense attorneys, handling motions and all the paperwork. So while they're doing their thing, the one day that they're at the court is the time you see. Most of their time is spent in the office following up on it after the fact. And if you don't have an experienced assistant, there's no way that they can just, when Judge Wackler said the paperwork sits on their desk until they get back, it's because you need somebody that knows how to sort the paperwork to do it. And fortunately, the last clerk there was able to do that. So that's why we just can't get just anybody into the position. When they're sorting through these files, cases for the 7th Judicial to find out what can be closed and what can't, they need to have the experience and the knowledge of what is able to be closed and what can't be closed. And they need to be able to transmit that information to the judicial part.
Well, I mean, based on that, you're going to have a very difficult time finding somebody who has that experience. So I wouldn't build the expectations up too high, because there's not that many Eileen Schmidts out there who have those experiences. Type of thing.
Exactly.
So you'll probably take the warmest body you can find, my guess. Who's not going to have all those experiences, but who will learn on the job and handle the position, my guess.
Pending the approval to.
It's a non-competitive position.
Exactly.
Non-competitive. Okay?
Just
So
to-
Mike Farrar could apply for it and get hired, who knows nothing about anything.
Could apply, yes.
Yeah, well,
Certainly
okay.
we have to screen. And
I can apply.
just so you know, I mean, without the approval, we couldn't do anything. But people have come to us knowing that there was a position vacated, wondering if it was going to be filled. that have a lot of the background that we'd be looking for, and they're in positions that can, the parameters we want to set for that position would be accommodated by their life skills, basically.
So, Chuck, I know you said that there was more, but from a budgetary standpoint, though, the position still exists.
No, we didn't approve
No, you didn't approve refilling it.
the refill.
But the dollars exist.
I'm sorry?
The dollars exist.
Well, not until. the
Not
budget's
necessarily in the
finally
2022 budget.
Well,
I mean,
they're here now, unless we
Correct.
decide to eliminate the
Correct.
position or
It's
not
in-
fill it. It's
correct.
in the budget.
it's in the 2022 budget.
It's a tentative.
It's a tentative budget.
Yep.
So a decision will have to be made whether you want to fill this position in a part-time role,
Correct.
between 25 and 30 hours, or 20 and 25.
20 and 25 hours.
20 and 25
But to be quite frank, there'll be days, there'll be times, there'll be weeks where the part-timer might work 40 hours when someone is on vacation. And the law allows that, as long as there's not too many consecutive weeks like that where they work full-time, 40 hours, it allows them to work and not collect any of the benefits. Because this next person won't be receiving any of the benefits, as far as vacation, sick time, or anything like that. Just be the salary starting at the bottom of the matrix, which Judge Kelly's going to talk about that. But, you know, like I mentioned, 8 years ago when I started, things were a lot different, as you can imagine. You know that for yourselves. 8 years, things changed greatly. And as far as what happens in our court has a direct correlation to what happens with law enforcement. And Judge Kelly was going to talk to you a little bit about that.
Well, I'd like to, but I took a few notes on
Yeah,
the
yeah.
clerk position, and you know, first and foremost, I would like to see us try, right? Try to do it with two clerks. And, you know, one of the reasons I say that is all other municipalities in our counties, each judge has one clerk. In our town, each of you has one clerk. But we have this additional body. No other court has that. Now, I look quickly at Seneca Falls Police Department versus Waterloo. They got one judge, we have two judges, and it's about, you know, they're taking about 4,000 complaints, we're processing about 8,000 complaints. So that's what you know, so you think two judges, two clerks could handle that load. Waterloo's handling it with one clerk. So that's the first thing that I see. And I'd like to try it with the two. We can always add an additional body mid-year, first part of the year, whatever, if it's really not working. But I have some other questions about it. I mean, how about an intern, bringing in an intern to help with some of the projects? I mean, I hear about expunging records, right? That has a beginning and an end. So you really don't need to hire somebody. You could possibly bring in somebody, get that project set up and going, and then it's done and they're done. And the other question I had is, are there grants for some of these kind of one-off projects? If the state is mandating this additional work, we should push back and say, hey, we need some additional funds to do this.
Mr. Chair, so let me interrupt you, I don't know what you meant.
I know.
You know.
Well, and that's, so that this is, my follow-up to that is, what does the state do if these tasks don't get done? They throw you in jail? They throw us in jail?
on the door, probably talking to Mr. Ferrara. Some of the older files, and I'm talking old files that should have been expunged with past judges that just never happened. Anybody that has their hands on these files, they have to be vetted, and they have to be okay with the Seventh Judicial, and they can't be anybody. It can't be an intern.
Sure.
You know, it has to be somebody that is okay. Now, a grant, you talked about a grant, and I think we talked about a grant as well, to get rid of the old files that we have. But that's not to cover the files that the Seventh Judicial is concerned about, that they've been sitting around and they want either dismissed or civil judgment against these folks.
So you're saying our current clerks they'd have no essentially, this couldn't be fill-in work that we do?
But, you know, I'm saying that they don't, from one court date to the next, they don't have a lot of time.
Right, well, I understand they're busy, but.
Right.
If I could interject here, I guess at the last budget meeting, I think you asked me the question regarding and it was asked by, I think it was Mr. Ferrara and Mr. Delay at different times, regarding the comparison that was made with the village and town of Waterloo. And that's the paperwork that I gave you. There's a little bit I researched on that and then trying to get the answers to those questions that were asked of me. So that first Seneca Falls Police Department report, when you're referring to almost 8,000 complaints versus 4,000 in Waterloo, so that's almost double. The one judge, yes, in Waterloo, but he's still in both positions. So he is getting paid for the village and town. It's not just like one position doing that.
Well, the town is a judge and the village is.
And then he has a clerk for each village and town judge, so they have two clerks doing two
But
positions.
each judge, that's why I said, each judge has one clerk.
So the judge has one clerk each. So when we were going through the records, we pulled up our records of our court, and that's the second sheet here. And we were drafted out a little bit better, but this was a rescheduled short meeting. So I did the best I could with this. If you look at it, and the categories I listed on there are the work-intensive areas with our clerks. Penal law, DWI, and small claims are the paperwork-intensive areas that affect the clerks and how long it takes them to do these things. And you see is the penal law, and the figure on the right is the Waterloo town and village combined. So if you look at penal law, we have year-to-date figures that we have basically roughly 300 penal law offenses with the village and town combined with Waterloo 182. So we're about a third of the business over top of them. The DWI is 59 to 36. We're roughly double of the DWIs that they have. And the small claims of 23 to 7, we're triple that. So because of, when we're saying we're a busier court, we're handling a third or double the activity with that third person's almost covering that extra third or that extra half that we're above them, I mean, activity-wise.
Yeah, they're allowing the two full-timers to focus on their files so we can get ready for our next court meeting, and they're doing all this other stuff that I explained to you.
So
that we couldn't, if we try to do without them, I think we'll get in trouble quicker. Things get backed up and then we have to play catch-up, and I really don't think that is probably the way to go.
So the workload that they're having, based on the activity, even though there's one clerk and one judge, they have two courts, because of our additional workload that we have in these fields, they take more time, more paperwork.
How have things been going the last month?
Pardon?
How have things been going the last month?
We've only had court a couple times. I mean, that's.
They're doing day-to-day work every single day. They're in the
55
office.
cases in my court last week. I don't know what I had this
I
week.
mean, are they getting behind?
Pardon me?
Are
Takes up a lot, it depends on the attorneys, it depends on the defendant, you know, the cases get adjourned and then they build up, you know. We try to keep it to a certain number so it's manageable, but yeah, some cases, and of course, it's up to the attorneys as to whether they want to adjourn them out. There's a time constraint, the law says, you know, that they have so much time to get the case in and out, section 3030 of the CPL. So we have to consider that, but a lot of times the attorneys will waive that because they know things are backed up in the courts. And they in all the courts, talking to attorneys that are attending different courts around the county, it's not just here, but, you know, so this part-time person, in our opinion, I mean, here's my thought. A lot of you know me. We, Judge Kelly and I, would not come and ask if we didn't need it. It's not for profit. It's not for, nothing. We want this part-time person. And that leads me kind of into the next piece where I mentioned earlier that we were looking for your consideration for possible raises for our two remaining full-time clerks. So I worked up some numbers, and I'd like to draw your attention to the middle right side of the page. You can look at the rest of that stuff, it's just math. But the middle right side of the page is the monies that the town would save by still hiring a part-time clerk. And I also wrote on here two different scenarios. Now they're just scenarios, okay? Proposals. But what we'd like to do is, if the court's not, if the board's not willing to consider these two scenarios, then perhaps we can talk a little bit about the tool that you guys developed a few years ago called the Matrix, which I'm not certain is even used anymore. But perhaps to move them around in that a little bit. I know that, well, I'm gonna let Steve talk to that.
I wasn't here when the matrix was developed, because this is the sheet that we were given.
Is there a benefits package for 20, 25 hours?
No.
30 hours is benefits kick in as far as
So what's this benefit?
health insurance, et cetera.
That was,
Yeah, just health insurance.
that was what
They do follow
the past-
I'm sorry, hang on for a minute.
Former clerk.
Your Honor, hang on for a second. Go ahead, Bev, you're right. Bev.
At 20 hours, every permanent part-time person qualifies for vacation accrual, sick time accrual, and personal time.
You're right.
The only thing that comes in at 30 hours is the additional of the health insurance.
Right, you are. Thank you.
Okay, I see what you're doing
Go ahead.
So the new part-time position we're requesting, I guess, is not going to be a benefit package.
like the past part-time.
Well, it depends where it's going to be, 20, 25 hours, it's going to depend. So we're looking for a part-time position, and we're looking for a large raise for our 2 existing clerks.
Those are
And
the-
no disrespect to those people, they're wonderful people. And I'm just trying to get things framed up, because at this pace, get your sleeping bags at this pace, okay?
Well, as I was saying, Mr. Supervisor, this is 2 scenarios that I just put together to show that even if the board was to consider either one of these, even if they were, there'd still be thousands of dollars in savings to the town if they were to consider either one of these. If they're not willing to consider either one of these, perhaps I can look at the matrix and you know, move them to the right a little bit on that.
We've been trying, sometimes unsuccessfully, to make salary decisions based on the matrix. It is what we have, like it or not, flawed or not, it's what we have. So I would say yes, that we need to get back together with Bev, Dave, me, assuming it's us, and go through the matrix and see if they, if they bump from a 5 to a 7 or whatever, then there's money to go with that.
Well, either.
But you're basing it on the job description, which you say that you've got the evidence to prove that their job is more substantial.
I'm not certain, I defer to Bev, I'm not certain what constitutes movement from left to right in the matrix. Is it
That's
time
most-
on the job?
that's most-
Vertical, it requires a meeting with the Personnel Committee. Currently, at this point in time, it's Councilman DeLays, Councilman Avery. It's a meeting with them. It's a justification of what they've done. Have you done a job performance evaluation on them?
I have them on my desk. I have not completed them.
Have you done one in previous years?
Yes.
Okay.
Not for-
So they would be based on their job performance and so forth and so on?
To answer your question, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay. It's a simplification, but horizontal movement is basically time.
Right,
Vertical
and-
movement is the requirements of the job.
Right, well, my thought about that, and I'm glad you brought that up, because if in fact left to right is time, one clerk is 7 years on, another has them going on 4 years, but they're equal in regards to their abilities, their training, they're the same. So I don't know why we wouldn't want them to be at the same place and try to go to the right on.
Well, they're pretty much same place right now.
Pretty close.
Give or take.
But we
Not a whole lot of difference.
If the board doesn't consider these 2 scenarios, perhaps a movement on the matrix.
In the matrix, I mean, the discussions I had at midpoint seems to be a 5-year mark on time. I don't know. I don't have the parameters.
And that's sort of that was established by several administrations.
We should
So
get a big
as-
copy of it, post it right over there on the wall, because we refer to it all the time, and nobody really knows what it is. We should put a copy.
Well, again, if that was sort of the standard when it was made, I mean, the clerks, at least one of them qualifies time-wise, is 2 years beyond that time-wise for the middle column on it. The other clerk, even though a couple years less, again, it has the qualifications equal. But that's something to consider, I guess. So I think there is justification to do that.
That's what we've been trying to do, and we've had some success, sometimes not. But, you know, what I'd like to get away from, again, no offense to what you've done, is coming in and saying, all right, give them $3 more.
Well, that's a scenario I presented to try to show that, you know, even with those types of increases, there's still savings to the town. In either one of those scenarios. And so if the town would consider, you know, stay with the matrix, just go to the right a little further, you know, and then again, if we were to sit down like you suggested, would that be done before the final vote on the budget?
Before the final vote on the
Well, I'm
budget?
just saying, I know you got a preliminary, or you got a public hearing.
Budget has to be approved by the 20th of November.
Right, and, there's a
At this
public-
pace, we'll just
Again,
be better.
we'll still be here. Yeah.
We'll still here.
Again, if the dollars are already in the budget, if we approve this budget, then we've got the latitude to consider both your
Well, you've
recommendations.
got the 30,000 that you'd be saving for not paying the part-timer that left for salary and benefits. There's 30,000 there. So we can take some of that and.
Even with the part-time being,
Even with the part-time being lowered, they're
By
going to start at a lower
37%,
salary and
you're
they're
still-
doing less hours.
then to me, for tonight, that's all we need to know and we can move forward. These need to be considered and, you know, that the matrix work needs to be done, but we've got enough money in the budget as it reads right now to figure out what we're going to accomplish.
Okay, so
But
what do we
that's
need to
me.
do for this piece? Sit and talk with you, or?
Yeah,
is
yeah.
it- So we can figure out which way
I think
we.
we do, if the job's changed that much since we did this last, then we do the whole process again. That gives you the form,
I'll hand out the forms you fill out to show.
and when you've got them complete,
Well, if I'm reading this correctly, there's a 3% increase for each of the court clerks here.
In the present budget worksheet, I noticed that too. Right.
There's
So just for argument's sake, I guess, Councilman Avery, I'm not quite sure if I understand what you're saying. So you are correct. There's a 3% increase in the court clerks as well as everybody else, okay?
That's correct.
And in the budget, there is a position, or there is money allocated in the tentative budget for a part-time person, okay? And are you proposing leaving that in the budget as it is? And the reason why I'm asking is because they need to move forward to, if that's the direction the town's going in, they need to move forward to hire the position. You know what I'm saying? So is that what we're saying? I just want to make sure that's what we're saying.
To
Can I
me,
ask a question? So the court is closed from 1 to 5?
No, yes.
And they're doing their paperwork and getting ready and,
They're, each court's doing the bookkeeping and they make a deposit daily. The law says that we have to do it in 72 hours. We decided it's gonna be done daily. So that takes a little bit of time after they close the window. Lets them focus on that without being disturbed, you know, by the phone ringing and people coming to the window. With the phone ringing, they can look at this tally screen and know if it's somebody that they should talk to or not. If it's, you know,
That's a whole nother chapter that if I'm, you know, the town supervisor has no authority at all, because you both are elected officials, but if I had any authority, okay, that court would never be closed, and the phone would never ring to the town clerk's office. I'm sorry, you got 3 people in there, the court should be open, and the phone should be answered by the clerks. I don't care how busy they are.
Duly
That's just
noted,
my
Mr.
own personal opinion.
Duly noted, Mr.
But I have no jurisdiction over the courts, I have no jurisdiction over the town highway department, I have no jurisdiction over the town clerk. But if I was running this business, if it was a business, we'd be bankrupt, but if I was running this business, that wouldn't be closed.
Duly
That's
noted.
my personal opinion.
Duly noted, we'll have that discussion.
And, you know, this doesn't happen very often, but I agree with it.
and can I just say something? I've
Duly
been
noted.
sitting in the clerk's office
I'm sorry
signing
now?
checks.
I'm sorry?
I've been sitting in the clerk's office signing checks, and there's been people coming wanting to pay fines, and they have to tell them that they can't take it,
So it
because
takes a
the
third
court
time.
is closed.
And they
I've experienced.
And I've
the same
sat
thing.
there signing checks, and I've heard them many times say that.
And the phone calls really should not go to clerk, they should just go right to voicemail, if you don't want to take the calls.
We will consider all of that,
But
okay?
Mike, basically what
And
you
we'll
said is
discuss
correct. We could, as long as we don't take the 22,000 out, then we're covered. We could consider the part-time position next week.
Yes.
The salary for the existing clerks, that's gonna take a little bit longer because there's a process to go through. But as long as from the standpoint of this document, which is why we're here tonight, we're okay at this point. There's enough money in there to consider both. We may not move forward with both, but if the money's covered, if the money's there if we need it.
Well, we again, as I said, we wouldn't ask if we didn't think it was necessary. And then if I did say this from the get-go, we appreciate your time. I know there's other people that have, and I want those folks to know I appreciate their patience. We took a little more time than we should have, but we wanted to address these two issues in this forum. So these three issues actually. Is there any questions about the worksheet, the budget worksheet? Okay, so then you'll at some point make a decision before on the part-time position.
If on the part-time position, if write up a resolution.
As of right now, I mean, it's in the budget unless, again, time is, the clock is ticking, so these decisions have to be made. I mean,
Okay, so
she has to prepare a preliminary budget, so.
Do you need a resolution, Mr. Supervisor?
No resolution needed.
Just gonna go forward and.
I think
And
it was
unless somebody-
tabled, I believe, the last, did we table it? The
Hiring.
reappointing.
So we can bring that back on the table.
Yeah.
right?
Yes, exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
We appreciate your time,
Well, we appreciate yours.
Thank you both.
and,
We do understand the fiduciary responsibility you guys have.
Unfortunately, right?
Yeah, it's just, and, you know, as far as the efficiency and effectiveness of the court, that's the reason we're here asking for these things, you know? And thanks again for your time.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
I guess, good night, ladies.
Good night.
I guess, before we move on, something we have to establish tonight by law is elected officials' salary, and that would include all town council people.
It's on there.
Yeah. Well, as I said, at this point, I don't know I'd like to get it up now, so. So in the budget, I have, there's a 3% across the board increase. So Nikki has to submit, if we're going to hold that in place or not. So I guess I'm going to open that up to discussion as to that part of the budget. Are we able to move on with that part of the budget, or is there some opposition?
So, these figures that you put on this, these are the 21 figures.
These are what, yes, the present figures. This was last year's notice that had to go in the paper. So this is what I have to put in the paper this year also, change the salary.
This was last year's, but this didn't go.
This is this year's salary.
Well, that didn't go in officially, because my salary is way less than what you have listed there, way less. Way less. Remember, I took a 10% cut.
I know, but when we advertise, we have to do that.
Okay.
So my question I have is, if we do this 3% across the board, is someone gonna come in here in January or February and say, I need so-and-so to have a $2 raise, or I need so-and-so to have a $1 raise? That's gotta stop. We can't give raises and then expect to keep giving more money.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but the 3% is on the base of the salary, okay? The increments that were kind of, like the two judges were talking about for their clerks, that's kind of like a different thing. When water and sewer people get certified, or highway people get a different level of certification, that's a different, it could result in an increase of more than, their base salary. That
Certainly increases their base salary. It's not a one-time
No,
shot.
it doesn't. No.
Right, increases their base salary.
Yeah. So, the question is.
100% right. We give everybody 3% at the beginning of the year, and then they come, effectively might be getting 4, 5, 6%.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but then you might as well throw the matrix out the door.
It is a
okay?
problem.
And it is what it is, but most municipalities work off some type of a matrix But I'm just saying the way it is. Doesn't matter to me, I'm just saying the way it is. You're right.
Well, it seems like it should have one or the other, right? I mean, this
It just seems
3% is almost like a cost of living.
It is impossible.
It is a possibility.
Okay, so,
Probably a little short this year, but, yeah.
but, so,
And I get that, but then we always have someone coming in, well, so-and-so needs, I need to give him $1 more, or I'm hiring someone, but he needs $1 more, or,
right.
you know, it's always, you know, they need more money. I know everybody needs more money, but we're trying to cut the budget too.
But as you know, like in water and sewer and highway, they budget money based on the different levels of training that their people get. So that's already in the budget, okay, as far as increases to that. This right here is not in the budget, obviously, but, you know.
But when it comes to sewer and water, that should be funded by the people that use the sewer and water.
Correct, and that's why it's in the budget, absolutely.
So if they want to increase the water rate and sewer rate, then give everybody a nice big fat raise. But if it's not in there, it's not in there.
But what we're trying to do is tie things to the matrix so they're not random. If someone gets additional certification, that shows up in that process, and it may bump them down from a 5 to a 6 or whatever. I mean, that's the intent. I said we've not necessarily been flawless at executing it that way, but that's the intent. So that their job description changes, and so that there is a commensurate raise that goes with it. But we've got to make, I agree, we've certainly got to make it harder. We've got to tie the information to something. And that matrix is what we've got. It can't be that it's come in and just say, you know, my person's not paid enough. We can't let that stand. We've got to do more than that as far as justification.
And I think I sent Joe an email about maybe looking into, since we're paying for the schooling, maybe do something with, if they give us X amount of years, we pay for the school. If they leave before they finish those years, then they have to pay us back for the school. I mean, we have to have something that...
Yeah, you're 100% right. There's all kinds of different scenarios. That's one scenario. Some type of a more stringent matrix tied into evaluations. Okay, I 100% agree. But you got to figure out when you come up with these great ideas, who's going to implement them all? Who's going to do it?
Town supervisor.
That's not going to happen. Okay, that's not going to happen. Maybe the town manager, but not the town supervisor. Okay, so back to my original point. Maybe do it in committees. You can do that. You can do it. You can personnel committee. You can do it. Not a problem. Back to the salaries.
So
Are we okay with 3% or?
Considering everybody at this point?
It would be 3% across the board, including elected officials.
We're a very small part of that, but for our employees at large, in a climate that's 5.4 or more.
And cost of living is going to be, yeah,
3%,
exactly right,
yeah,
5.5.
We all know what, Social Security went up.
Social Security went up 5.9, and it's probably not going to cover it. But.
Right. So to me, 3% seems more than reasonable. It is more than we've given them since I've been here.
Okay.
But
So
inflation is.
any objection, or we're good, so we can move forward?
I think that it says here salaries may be fixed at a lesser amount than advertised, so I'd like to cut the highway superintendent by, I'm good with the 3%.
I like it.
Call the question.
He thought you were asleep, Jim.
Dave, you set?
3%.
Okay, Don? Okay, so Nikki,
Okay, put an ad in the paper then.
okay, not on mine though. I don't want to read mine.
You want to just leave it as it is?
Just look where it is. All right.
That doesn't mean you don't get, you gotta work harder, you gotta work 3% harder next year.
I am going to work at least 3% higher. Who wants to go? Jim? Joe? Joe? Jim?
5 minute
Take a
break.
5-minute break.
Pick a number. 5-minute break? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Joe, Jim, pick a number, 1 to 5.
He's elected, he can go whenever he wants.
He's got a meeting with me tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, so he might have to go first. Or is that 9 o'clock?
7 o'clock, let's bring in breakfast. I'm here. Come on, Jim.
You want me to
You don't want me to make
Yeah, I want you.
You don't? Oh, okay.
That's what it says, but-
5-minute break?
Apparently.
What page are we on here?
Highways,
Yeah, Mike.
Starts on page 7.
I hope to.
Thank you.
Seven?
Yes, 7.
I have page 29 in the PDF.
It is, that general fund as well as the other things, because he does track it. We just.
All right, so
Page 7, which is in the general.
you're gonna start,
7,
there's a lot of line items if you're gonna go line item by line item, just for the record.
You don't have to.
There is a lot of line items.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna start with page 13, where storm sewers and
Page 7.
cemeteries.
We're gonna start with page 7.
Page 7, okay.
How's that?
Oops, our table's moving.
Joe, cream and sugar.
We're going down to traffic control.
Where is it?
that's where we start.
Page 7.
Yeah, but we gotta wait for,
Okay, no, that's what you say, no.
This isn't numbered.
Vicki, the number at the top of the page this year. they changed
Oh, I
it.
see it. Oh, thanks for telling me that. God. You just fooled me on that.
Okay.
That page 7.
Thank you. All set, Dave?
7, come 11. Yep, go ahead.
Okay. All right, Jim.
You ready? Okay. Traffic control, everything pretty much stayed the same. Let's see, the weed control, went down $1,000 on that.
what, you're moving pretty fast there.
Well,
So stoplight electricity, 735 through the end of July, right?
yep,
And you want $2,000 next year. And it looks like we're gonna be spending about maybe 1,400 this year. And
What?
and in 20,
see, as far as stoplight electricity, Beth handles all that.
I mean, is it,
Am I
expecting
correct on
to
that?
pay more? I would think,
Did you hear the TV news? Electric's going up, gas is going up.
yeah, but we put LEDs in there.
I mean, if you want me to go line by line, I will. I mean, whatever you want.
That's the only way we can cut.
Well, your sailors?
Yeah.
I'll go line by line, it doesn't matter to me.
Well, I'm just trying to understand it, right? I mean,
Well,
if stuff keeps creeping up, I mean, next year that'll be 3,000, and I don't understand why it's 2,000.
I don't put that in the budget.
Okay.
Like I said, that line item there is under traffic control, but I never
You never
monkey with
you
that.
have anything to do with it.
I let, Bev always handles that end.
If you look in 2019, we were at $1,700 that year.
That's correct.
I don't know why it dropped to 12.
And then it went down, and now we're down at, I think more like the 2020. Seems to me, you cut $500 out of that, and we'd probably be right at
How much?
500.
I'd go
So
to,
do 15?
agree with that, but I wouldn't go to 500. There are different times in the year when we don't use them as much. We're going into the dark time. And the bills actually through here, even though it says through July, that's actually June's bills. So you're gonna need at least 12, yeah, okay, 1,500, but I'll agree with 1,750.
All right, 1,750, take it.
Nickel and dime. Here we go. Stoplight equipment, $300.
You don't spend it. Right, we're spending $8. I'm just saying, you can always come back. We have a well.
Hey,
That's what.
you're the one that hours all the
If
time.
people pay it more.
You're the one that says, don't come back to us, it's gotta be in the budget.
I ask if it's budgeted.
Right. But then if we ask for more, then you have a fit.
No, I approved some stuff that when we asked for more, but you better have a justification for it.
Jim, what stoplights are we responsible for? All of them, or?
No, we've got the one down there at,
Good street.
Bridge Street Bridge.
Oh.
That's the one. Bulbs, anything that happens up there, the bulbs have to be changed. The lights break or whatever, they all gotta be changed. So we got $300
Right,
right
but the state's
Controller
responsible.
box.
The controller box, if something goes in that, it's all electronic.
But the state's responsible for the others.
The state,
I'm asking.
correct, the only one we're responsible for is Bridge Street
Okay.
in Barrett.
What they cost us for the controller last time, how about 1,800?
No, $8,000, I think we paid for that, and that was used.
Okay, so we'll go
But that was
down,
emergency fund.
we'll leave the maintenance in there.
Street
Street signs,
signs.
leave in there, looks like we're spending that. Striping, you could kind of look at that, we've only spent $271 this year. And I
Correct.
would think striping season's about over.
And I have
And we're
not,
asking for 10 grand next year.
yeah,
Yeah, but we spent in 19, 7,500 and 9,520.
Correct, we spent 271 this year.
the bill has not, the road's been striped, the bill has not come in yet.
Okay, thank you.
And
So
we
you-
got Stillwell coming in to do all the crosswalks yet, so that bill. I might have to come to the board for more money on that.
All right, okay. See, you
Okay.
explained that, that's good. You're doing good, Woody. I mean,
Yeah, we'll be here by
Jim.
10, we'll get out of here by midnight. Okay. Next,
say Woody?
what sounded intelligent for a minute?
Yeah, good that you guys are buddies, huh?
Well, we were.
So now we're back to where we were.
Yeah, we control that.
You've taken it all out?
Taking it all out, we can't use weed control anymore anyways. State won't approve it, so that's gone. Took it right out. Mulch, $500. We use that downtown in Up Bridge Street Bridge. Flags and banners, $1,000, and we still got to order more for that, so that money will be gone to replace the flags. Page 8, transportation. Highway superintendent is up 3%. Longevity stays the same. Deputy highway stays the same. Office equipment, 360 stays the same. Office equipment supplies, I jumped it up to $1,500, was $7, and that's, talked to Mr. Churchill about putting in a new computer up at the shop.
Me?
Well, we've talked about,
You
that's a
should
little
have it.
computer up there.
You should have it.
So I put in extra money for that. Postage stays the same, legal notice stays the same, internet's the same, education's the same, everything else on that's the same. Down in garage, electricity, Bev handles that.
Take some out.
If you want to take some out, you can. You can take a look at it, Mr. Churchill.
Is that a budgeted item or is it paid,
It's paid,
just paid each month?
yeah, it's up to $2,500.
Well,
What did we
how about
get?
8,000?
8,000.
8,000?
I don't know, I mean, Bev always handles that.
That 8,000 sound good or not?
All right.
Is that,
Yeah.
is that what you're going with?
8,000.
Or 8,500? Well, they're at 4,000 right now, it's at the end of June, right?
End of July?
End of July.
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 It's still bills through June.
You got,
And we got the winter months.
let's say 85,
Huh?
8,500,
Make up my mind.
8,500.
Okay.
We spent, in 2020, we spent 5,800. I don't think we spent.
Custodial supplies are staying. As far as building
Yeah,
maintenance, I dropped it down $2,000 from 14,000 to 12,000, and that's just building maintenance. And
Are we gonna spend that, or, with Jim, because we got
Right, well, we've got a building out back that I'd like to insulate and heat, so we can keep the bobcats out there. It's not heated, so I wanna do that, and doors, motors up there, electric motors and all that. Any building maintenance at all comes out of that. So I did drop it $2,000.
So we're gonna have a heated garage for our Bobcats, you're saying? What's the purpose of that? We've never had that, have we?
No, we keep them in our other shop,
There-
but there's no room. I mean, we're so tight in there when all the plow equipment's in there. The boats you come in, they be regulars, because you gotta have aisleways in there, and we don't. So,
So we're gonna be paying more in gas and electric, we're gonna be heating another, we just cut it to 8,500, and now we're saying we're gonna be heating another building.
You guys are gonna be cold.
I won't be.
Are we heating the building over on
Yes, Oak Street.
Oak Street?
Yep.
Any room in that?
Yeah. No, because we've got Joe's got his equipment in there, and I got mine on the other side.
Totally loaded.
Maybe we got.
Matter of fact, it was $1,100 to fix the heat today.
Yep.
How soon before the buses are out?
Not soon.
That building, that, I'm sorry.
Have you ever, anybody ever thought about taking the village of Seneca Falls out there? That never come up, or that just never, not a big issue?
Nobody's ever said nothing.
I just wondered, nobody.
Spend money doing that.
It's gonna cost like $6,000-7,000 to take that off, right?
Just leave Seneca Falls?
Still says the village of Seneca Falls.
No, I know, but you could just take Village up.
Right.
You don't need
Spray paint over.
Okay, so you want to move on to street lighting?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything in them line items pretty much stayed the same.
Can I-
Electricity, but
Let's interrupt on the electricity.
Electricity,
I'm not
yes.
one to go line by line, as you know, but
I know.
Bev, I think we can make an adjustment on that based on our LED lighting. We should be seeing somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 40% savings on the electricity part. That's the street lighting, electricity part of it. So pretty much the whole town has been refitted for LED lighting type of thing.
We'll just cut 40,000 out of it.
I think I think to be safe, you can probably cut 35 to 40% out of that. Okay?
So make it 120?
You know,
I agree, cut it. I mean, that's why we did the project.
we
But
can
don't
always come back
forget,
and ask
like
for more
Seneca
money.
said, the rates are going up.
pardon me?
Rates are going up.
Oh, yeah, that-
Well, again, I'm just saying, it should be, it's not gonna be 108,000 unless the rates are going crazy, but I mean,
It's 40% out would be 108,000.
let's go to 30% for now. How's that? Just to
120.
see how it all plays out. Let's go to, yeah.
120,
This is under what?
Electricity for street lighting.
5182, 400.
Got
Okay.
it. Got it.
120,000 this one.
Yeah.
That's not so
We good with this?
How about the electrician? 19, it was 540, 850, anything big coming up?
We use
Seven
ours
or
over
whatever
for
now.
everything. Well, when we move the women's statues,
Oh, yeah,
we
we got
gotta
Bill,
use
yeah.
them for that, because, anything big in the town.
Alright,
So I believe that'll,
okay.
ornamental lighting, that's, if somebody hits a telephone pole, or hits one of them poles down there, you're looking at $3,000, $3,500 for one. And Christmas lighting, that's if we need stuff, for the Christmas ornaments and stuff, that's what that's for. Moving on to sidewalks, we've got budgeted $3,500 for that. That's for our sidewalk program. Not not too many people.
That's the reimbursement part of it, right, Jim?
Yes.
Right, that's how much we.
Which is a max of $800, correct?
$800, $1,600 on the corner. Not that many people use that, but we put that in there in case they want. Okay, moving on, page 13.
Nothing there, right?
Storm sewers. You have storm sewers, Steve? Equipment, it's up, let's see, $2,500. I want to purchase a new tamper and a cutoff saw. And,
Did we just purchase a tamper?
no. A tamper?
Yeah.
We didn't, no.
Does the town have one?
Yes, it's old.
Huh?
It's old, yes.
Does the water department have one?
I believe they do.
New one?
No.
I mean, do we need two? Can't we just, the town get by with one? Because you don't use, not something you use every day.
You probably,
Well, it's on our emergency trailer, so if that's off during the day and it's gone, then you don't have it.
Well, I
On that
understand.
job.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand the possibilities, but, right? If we try to eliminate any potential conflict,
Yeah, I'm just
we're gonna
telling
spend,
you how we get things done though in the middle of the night when we need to make sure that water's back on, so we don't have to boil water and have all the businesses not being able to make ice, sell coffee, and all that, so.
I get it, but I'm
so
sure
it's important, I understand what you're saying.
I'm sure highway wouldn't need it in the middle of the night.
What
So
does-
if they use it during the day, they should be.
Right,
What does
it's
one
gonna get
cost?
back on the trailer, so it's a
I have it here.
logistical problem, but just,
between the two of them,
Being
it was
honest with you.
$4,500
Right.
for the two. I've got it in there.
Jim, keep going, I gotta call the house.
Oh, okay.
Keep going.
Yeah.
And the one we have is kaputs.
Let me see, the saw's 37, no, I'll take that back. Saw's 1989 for the saw and the other one. I don't know what one.
About 2,500.
Yeah, around 25 for the other,
Hamper.
for the tamper, yes. That tamper's old, not caught on fire and everything else.
Right, yeah, I'm back to Steve's question about, at some point, the cost is worth it to have two. I'm not sure where the breakoff point is, or 2,500, I was hoping it was less, but it's not.
in my business, you don't cannibalize your emergency equipment and have it all spread out. Not a good practice.
We'll leave it at 4,500.
Yeah, I'm inclined to say leave it. How long does one last?
I don't know, probably, we've had this one. Probably 17 years, roughly, somewhere in there. You good for that?
I am.
Yeah.
Shop tools stay the same, miscellaneous stays the same, catch basins stay the same. Shade trees, okay, I jumped it from, it was 17,000, I jumped it up $8,000 to 25. I think that's a low number because we've got a lot of ash trees that need to come down within the village, or in the former village. There's a lot of them there that need to come down because they're dying from that bug. So I really believe that we should put more in there. I only put $8,000 in there, but it's the board's choice what they want to do with it. But there is quite a few ash. I got 4 of them right over there on the Chandler.
I just took 2 out.
So, we had $21,000 or $17,000 in there this year,
Yep.
and we spent 55. And again, we're kind of getting through that season, so if they really.
55, I've got, right now, I've got about $200 some left in that account.
So again, some bills that haven't
Right.
just
I
came
mean,
in.
these are all done in July, these numbers you're.
Okay, all right.
Let me see where's the tree.
So you spent the 7.
I got about $1,200 left, and that money there is going towards the, I got stumps that's gotta be ground yet, and everything else.
How many did we take down this year?
I've got it at the shop, Steve, quite a few.
I mean, is there,
Especially with the school
is
project.
there any way we could take, stay where we are and take some down next year, the ones that are most critical, and then the following, the next year is another year?
Well, these people have already called on these ash trees that need to come down, and I told them I had got no money in the budget for this. I talked to Mike about it, and he said, let's put more money in now in the budget this year to take care of some of these ash trees. Because there's a lot of people that's calling me, I just haven't got the money in the
These
budget.
are all in
All inside the town, yes.
All inside our right of way.
Yeah, they're in our right of way. We don't do anything out of our right of way. I think 25 is a low number, but
Yeah, I'm inclined to think with that going on, 25 is low. I don't want to raise it. Let's try 25 and see how that sets us up for the next year. But
I mean, if you want, we'll leave it at 25, and if I need to come back for more money, I'll have to come back. So you can holler at me.
That sounds fun.
All right, leave it at 25.
Name it at 25.
Okay, where are we here?
Cemetery.
Cemeteries. But one thing I would like to say, it's not on here. These guys at the cemetery, they never get a raise unless I bring it up at a board meeting to give them a raise. When we get our 3%, those people don't get a 3% raise. They get nothing. So every year I gotta come to the board and ask for more money for these employees that we got down there, which are 4. These guys, why they don't get the 3% or whatever the town decides to give all the employees, these guys are always exempt from it. I'd like to see them at least get what all the rest of the employees get.
Why are they exempt?
I don't know, it's always been
They're
that way.
seasonal employees, so it's the same thing with the community center. To see for a seasonal employee to get an increase, they have to come and ask for it, not the director has to ask for it.
But you wanna get away from that, you said. So if we give them whatever raise that all the rest of the employees get, I think that'd be the way to go. And then I don't have to come back and you holler at me saying, why are you coming back? I mean, that's what we're getting into.
Yeah,
That's true though.
it's true, it is true.
a mad dawn is another
So
dawn.
I'd like,
Is there any way you can do that, Ted?
Well, the board can.
Yeah, it
make
would
that
be something
decision.
we would decide on.
But
Don't
that's,
make a
at a
motion,
regular
give
meeting.
3%.
well, because there are other seasonal employees. I think that's something we can
One making a
discuss.
motion seasonal can get 3%.
I mean, when personal services, what, we got 45,000, Deb, am I correct on that?
Yeah.
In there for those people down there.
Well, that's them.
That's those people, right? And they're only getting $12.80 an hour.
So
And a
you're
lot of times, they don't get 40 hours in. If it rains, they get rained off, they go home, because they can't mow down there, or weed eat, or anything like that.
That's minimum wage this year, but minimum wage is going up, and therefore they're going to get a raise increase anyway because the minimum wage is going up.
Right, but I just feel that they should get the same as any other employee gets.
I think that's a discussion for another day.
We're talking about the seasonal.
Right, but right now, Bev, is there
Everyone
enough?
go up. Seasonal people.
The seasonal people down at the cemetery, they never get a
He
raise.
comes and asks every year.
So I would
he
think
comes
they
and asks
should
for a
be able
raise.
to get, when we set when you guys set the 3% for everybody, they should be in on it. Because I gotta come back to the board every year and ask for more money, and like Don says, I don't want it.
They're actually going to get more than a 3% raise this year.
With minimum wage going up to
Minimum wage is going up.
$13.20. You're at $12.50 right now?
12.80.
So,
$12.80.
then
Still.
is that 45,000 enough to cover the minimum wage increase?
I vote we let it ride for now,
$13.20.
because you do have to consider all of those folks that work for Parks and Recreation.
So with minimum wage, they will have a 3% raise already. the minimum wage going up. But
Okay.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying,
But moving, I mean, it's, that minimum wage, is that every year? Does it go
well,
up?
it's supposed to be going to $15.
Eventually.
Right.
But these guys have always been behind the 8 ball because the town never gave them.
It's definitely going to $13.20 as of January 1st.
But that's something that I'd like to see the board maybe look at so we don't have to come back and ask for that.
Have we ever looked at a private contractor to do the mowing that we spend $45,000 on?
No, not since I've been here, no.
You don't think you don't think it's in the ballpark? You know, if
Well, we stopped doing
Mike
it.
Farrar Lawn Service did it?
We did have that out in Fox Cemetery. We had a contractor out there, but it was cheaper for us, the town, to take on that cemetery and mow it ourselves than it was to pay the contractor. So that's why, that's Fox now.
Right.
And,
Well, it's more than 45,000. 45,000 is just the salaries.
Right.
I mean, you got equipment, you got gas, you got, I mean, you'd have to put all that together to figure out what.
On top of that, you should also add in the unemployment we pay them the rest of the year when they're not working. Because they also collect unemployment that we pay. It doesn't come out of cemeteries, it comes out of town.
And we're also paying insurance, I'm sure.
no.
Not insurance.
Nothing?
No,
They get hurt on the job, they're on their own?
Oh, workers' comp?
You gotta cover that anyways.
Well, not if you're contracting it out.
Oh.
I'm just saying, you gotta put all those costs, figure out what it costs.
Well, you're gonna have to, yeah.
Then if you went out to bid, somebody came in and was 50 cents on the dollar,
3 cemeteries they have to take.
Yeah, well, but if
It might be
bid
something,
specs-
it's
yeah.
not gonna happen this year,
No,
but
I
it might
know.
be something, again, I don't know, if you've ever looked at it or something, it doesn't hurt to get a price, you know what I'm saying? So you can compare apples and apples and, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't hurt to get a price at some point.
All right.
The contractor can turn around and hire those same guys.
Okay, where are we here? That's it. Let's see, what else do we have here? Equipment, it's down $7,500. It was 9,000. That went down to 1,500 for weeding that we need to purchase for them down
They've got the mowers,
there. The mowers, yeah, we're pretty much set with the mowers. That 9,000 was for the mower for last year. Everything else pretty much stays the same.
Fuel?
Cemetery,
you have fuel zero.
right, because that comes right out of the highway anyways up there. So I just put it at 0. $40,000 for cemetery commission, that's K. Ireland, that's up $8,000, so you guys can do what you want on that.
Yeah, that's up 8,000, and a request from the commission based on the number of stones they have to replenish and so forth, type of thing. So that is up a large, it's from 32 to 8, as Jim said.
And is there a reason they haven't spent anything?
I'm sorry?
And they've spent 0 as of,
They've been preparing over there to get it
Yeah,
done.
the bill is coming,
those
or
coming, all right.
it might have already been submitted. I'm not sure. I think it was. I think 32,000 was submitted.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, then we're gonna switch over to page 1 now.
No, this is page 29.
You got one on mine.
I'll just go back to the cemetery one. This is from the Cemetery Commission, Kay Ireland and Mike Kelly. Since being appointed in 2008 to the commission, the bulk of the monies have been used to stabilize Westville Cemetery. The biggest expense being the repair of the mausoleum and the countless headstones that were left untouched for over 30 years. Each year has been to stabilize the damage done and repair with the funds available. With 2 other active cemeteries, repair is also needed, Bridgeport and Fox. Monies are needed especially in Bridgeport, Lower Lake Road. The Bridgeport Cemetery southwest retaining wall has started to crumble in the southwest corner, and see that as the first major repair there. I've had our contractor look at it and ask for a quote. I probably do not have the quote, but if 8,000 does not cover these repairs, we can take from the 32,000. So that's mainly for repairs at the Fox Cemetery, the $8,000 increase.
Fox Cemetery?
I'm sorry, Bridgeport, I'm sorry. And she's got an estimate here from Seneca Memorials out of Palmyra, and for the work to be done at Bridgeport is $7,500 to repair the deteriorating wall. Remove as much fence as needed, excavate dirt to expose damaged concrete walls, saw cut and jackhammer, remove debris, drill and install rebar into old wall, build rebar skeleton, build wooden forms and framework for new concrete wall, reinstall fencing, backfill and seed as needed, $7,500. So that's the justification for the increase.
You want that 29?
Yeah.
Everybody at 29? Okay, motor equipment operator, Bev handles this, and it's $357,888.
It's all salaries type of thing.
Okay,
So why the $100,000 increase?
It's because the laborers, we don't have any laborers anymore, so we're in meals, or there's less laborers, so they.
$100,000 more?
Changing
Because if you look down at the laborers, their title, like, see it says negative 90.27%,
okay.
so that's why.
But when you came in here and asked for these guys to be made MEOs,
Right.
that should have been,
Right,
the dollar difference in there's,
wasn't much.
no, it's not $100,000 worth.
No, but I think what Sarah's saying, it took them the labor's salaries at, what is it, 87,000? They just moved that up to there.
Yeah.
And they added in what little bit
The
that the
3%.
MEOs were gonna make. See what I'm
Oh, I
saying?
see, so you took it out of the laborers line.
Yes,
Yeah.
That's
the
cheap.
MEO line, that's what they're charged at.
I thought you were an accountant.
So,
I'm not an accountant, that's why I like to go line by line.
Oh, what do you tell me to do like this? Longevity stays the same. MEO mechanic, they went through the pay matrix, so that went down $1,122 because we rolled everything into the MEO, heavy MEO mechanics position. Laborers, we just talked about, overtime, summertime, overtime. Is what, that stayed the same, yes. Equipment, I jumped it from $1,500 to $2,000. That's for power tools, hand tools and stuff like that we need.
Can't get by with 1,500? I mean, your past track record, 800, 1,400.
It's 872.
Well, I tell you what, you buy a shovel lately?
A what?
The shovel, that's right, they don't fit your hands.
No, you can't buy it. No, you can't buy one.
Oh, we can't? I'm gonna take it all out of there, huh?
I'll sell you one, $100 for it.
whatever you want's on a shipping container somewhere.
Yeah.
You know,
But no, that's why they have one up $500. Shop tools stayed the same. Drug and alcohol testing the same. Safety training the same. Clothing the same. Stone the same. Culvert pipe is the same. Restoration, I dropped it $2,000 from $4,000 to $2,000.
What is that?
Restoration, we gotta, we put a pipe in or something like that, and we gotta go back and topsoil and stuff like that.
Asphalt.
Asphalt stays the same, 30. Street plan, $249,000, which that'll stay the same, but that will go up like it does every year when the ERW comes in and,
Let's go back to asphalt. I mean, you're spending, again, you know, in years past, 19 and,
yeah, but this is July and we're way past that.
no, not about July. Look at 2019, $4,500. 2020, $2,800.
Mhm.
And 2021, 30,000.
Which I had 50 there last year. Last year, you told me you didn't want that. You dropped me down to 30.
Right, probably because we spent 4 and 2 the previous years. Are we gonna spend 30 this year? I mean, at the end of July, you spent 4.
Where is it here?
That's for patching, Jim?
Patching, yeah. Any, driveways that we gotta fix on the ends. Patching of any roads. And I can use, if I go over on the chips, then that's a backup because you can't go over on chips. And if you do, then I've gotta use that money, excess money, to pay off, the chips if I go over on it.
Or you could come to board and ask for some more.
There we go.
I'm just saying,
Contingency?
we should add everything on all these individual lines. We should put down what we really think we're gonna need to spend next year. If we need more, you come to the board.
Yeah, right now I got about $18,000 left in that account.
All right, and what are you gonna,
So you spent
how much
12.
more blacktop are you gonna be using for the rest of the year, since they're gonna close the plant, what, in a week,
15th, November.
November?
Again,
So let's cut 10 out, let's make it 20 for next year.
I haven't gotten the bills back from the last,
All right, we
I haven't got the bills
just said you
back.
spent 18 year to date.
Right, I got 18 left.
You got 18 left,
Right.
okay?
No, I still got,
As of today, real time.
But he doesn't have the bills.
right, but we just did the 3 roads. I got it, and I haven't got all the bills in from that yet. So I gotta see where I lay on the CHIPS money. If I went over on the CHIPS, then I would use that excess money to pay it off.
Well,
And I don't know, I won't know till all the bills come in.
we didn't in 19 and 20, that's all I'm saying. You know, $4,500 and $3,000, and now we're $30,000 for that line item, right?
I mean, yeah.
Are you comfortable with a compromise of $5,000?
Well, I was just gonna say, if it dropped 5,000 off, it'll go to 25 to please Steve. I mean, I guess.
And we got,
Well, please,
we're on
it's the
record, if
taxpayers'
you need more money, that.
It's not my money, it's not this board's money, it belongs to the
25, don't you
people.
want, Steve?
25,000.
Yeah.
Can't wait till Joe gets up, huh? Oh,
Oh, boy. I'm buttering them up for you, Joe.
You're doing a fine job.
You know, it's funny, if we're spending our own money to buy something that we want, like me, say I got $20, my money, I earned
They
it.
wouldn't give you
I wanna buy
$20.
something. You know what I'm gonna research? I'm gonna find the low cost, I'm gonna find the best deal, right? But if somebody gives me $20 and they say, hey, can you go, and I know it's you, you say, hey, can you go buy me a shovel? First of all, it's not my money, so I'm not as concerned about the price. I know you, I like you, I'm gonna go do the best I can.
Like me?
But when you're taxpayers, we don't really know them that well, right? So we got money that they give us, and we have to buy things on their behalf. So number one, we don't care as much as if we're buying it for ourselves, because it's not our money, it's the taxpayers' money. And, you know, you don't necessarily care about what we get. We don't necessarily do the due diligence and get the best value. That's what we're up against.
I think you make a very valid point. I really do, okay? I think though, in my experience working with everybody at the town level who spends money, I think they do have the best interest of the taxpayer in mind. I really do believe that. I would tell you if they didn't. I really do believe that they have the best, but you're 100% right. It's a lot easier to spend somebody else's money. 100% right. And in the spirit of, I want to inject this right now, in the spirit of being more prudent, this is something, again, I'd like everyone to think about, okay? Instead of going line by line by line by line, item. I want it, this process should start way earlier than it did right now. So, let's see, Doug and myself are committee people of highway and water and sewer. We meet with these people in August, and we go through the budget, okay? And we ask these questions in committee meetings. And then when we get to this point, we come back and we say, okay, we've gone through each committee person. You've gone through your committee. You've gone through your committee. You've gone through your committee. And we get to this point, and then we don't have to worry about going through line item. We entrusted our each committees that, okay, we're challenging these, our department heads to make sure they're making prudent decisions, type of thing. Because I gotta tell you, this is cumbersome. This is very cumbersome.
So what would we do in the workshops?
In the workshops, we would.
Because you're saying the work's already done.
Then we, each of us come to the meeting with our department heads here now and said, okay, we've decided to do this across the board, and then we work on funding it, because we're still missing that one piece that we haven't addressed yet, and the clock is running. We gotta figure out how that you're gonna fund this budget when it's all said and done, right?
Well, then you only need one budget workshop, I guess, right? And that's where you're doing the funding, what you're saying. I don't
Yep.
buy it. I think you gotta go through the,
Can I make a suggestion?
gotta go through the weeds.
Yes, sir.
Can I answer that? So we go through our committee, this is just going through it for the last 6 years. So we go through our committee, and I agree, but there's nothing to stop us from talking to Steve and Dawn.
Yep.
Once they have the info,
Yep.
and we can ask questions, talk, sit down, email, whatever it is, that there's questions through this so that
Yep.
everybody is on board to get the budget to where they want
And I
it.
guess that's what we're doing.
Well, my only concern is how this is all gonna come together between now and November 2nd.
This is exactly what we did last year, and it came together.
Okay.
That's just
And
a
what-
suggestion.
But what Joe is saying,
There's nothing wrong with trying to do.
I have these from you, right, Joe?
Yep, I got something there for you. I gave you.
Stu gave us something.
And Stu gave you a whole bunch of stuff?
And when Stu gave it, I remember I made
Yeah,
a comment, I
absolutely.
wish every department
Absolutely.
would do this.
Give me the narrative.
Yep.
Absolutely, narrative.
I sit home and I look at this, you know, for the crane truck,
Yep.
and he's got it all written down, and what line item the money's coming from, the back jet truck.
With the impact of that line item, absolutely.
Right.
Okay. All right, Jim, I'm sorry.
Hurry up. All right, bridges, I left it at 10,000, we've got Veterans Bridge over there, and Bridge Street Bridge that we've been cited on. So that money's all rolled over, just so you know. Page 2, I don't know what page that would be, Bev.
30?
30. Okay. Machinery. Oh boy, here we go. Equipment, it's up $20,427. It was $167,000, it's up to $188,000, and that's to pay for the Ventrex.
I bet it's 194.50, or
No.
194.
I had it in there, but I just got the bills back for the new truck, and it came in a lot lower than that.
So what's the new number then?
188,000,
That's the 194,500?
yes. It's 188,000. That's to pay for the Ventrex, that's our last year on that. We went halves with the rec center for that Ventrex, and that's our last payment on that Ventrex. That is owned by the town now. That in 183,000 is for the truck, which that would replace the 2010 dump truck that we currently have.
I have a question.
Yes.
I've had several people ask me, we have 5 trucks sitting at the Oaks Street bus garage,
Mhm.
and they don't have plows on them, but we don't use them during the summer?
Well, like I explained to you before when you asked me that question, those plows that are sitting over there are set up for plowing. We use 3 of our plow trucks that we unstrap and we use in the summertime with our 10-wheeler for all the other stuff. Those trucks over there are all set up with plows.
One's
If we
brand new
need
over
to
there.
take them off, the equipment off, to use one, we can do so. But they are all set up for, we've got 6 plow runs. So we got 6 trucks for the plows.
So can't we use one of those trucks for this truck that you wanna buy?
No, because on the, Barton and Judas set up an asset management plan. Every 10 years, you're supposed to, according to the asset management plan, you're supposed to get a new truck. Trade that one in, because the life expectancy is gone. And that truck is a 2010, which is over already. Now, in the way, I know you're not gonna wanna hear this, but the way COVID is and everything else, it's hard to get all this equipment. Even if I did order this truck, he's telling me this truck probably won't be in till the end of 22, possibly into 23. That's how far out there.
So we wouldn't need to put it in next year's budget then, right? Do we?
No, because if you put it in next year's budget, then you're that much further out. Now, I've got 2014 trucks that are be coming up in 2024 that need to be replaced under that asset management plan. We got through under the 8 ball 4 years ago, when they wouldn't let us buy these trucks through the asset management plan. So we ended up buying one truck last year, or the year before, and then another truck this year, because they didn't follow the asset management plan. So now we're trying to play catch up. And that's why we're behind the 8 ball on all this.
Yeah, because you wanted 2 and we told you one that one.
Right.
And you said following year, we get the only
Right.
asset management. Now,
These
those
trucks,
other 2 trucks, 2 years, well, 2 years probably, we're gonna have to try to get 2 trucks in it.
right. And that's, I mean, and you're not gonna do that because it's gonna cost way too much money.
And this is what happened the last time, when we put it off and got 1 truck, and now we gotta get the other truck, which was 2.
Yeah. And you know, you can say what you want about the salt, and you can wash some trucks till the cows come home. The salt is gonna eat it, and that's what happens to these plow trucks. I mean, I don't care how much you bathe them trucks. I mean, we wash them every time we come back in with them, but salt eats them. And that's why they recommend, it's 5 years on pickups, the 550s is 7 years, and the big dump trucks are every 10. And this one here is the bigger of the 2, which is, you know, you're probably looking at 2000, or you're probably looking at 12 or 13 years old by the time I get rid of this.
So that 188, most of that is that truck.
Most of that is.
The rest of the, is the final
Right.
payment on the rent trucks.
Right, and I've got, I talked about today, I've got $231,000 in my capital reserve fund. So if we took $100,000 out of that, I mean, that's gonna bring that truck down to $88,000. Then, when we send it out to Auctions International, the whatever we get for that, maybe I'm guessing $30,000, so now you brought it down to about $53,000 for that truck.
You have 50 in the capital reserve equipment.
Right now, yes, we haven't even got to that one yet. But that would be going into that also, so you would have 281,000 in there. If you put the 50,000 in, Tom.
It just seems to me if you're auctioning off a plow and expecting to get $30,000 for it, it has some value as a plow, right? Somebody's buying it and using it as a plow. Why aren't we using it as a plow until it's not worth $30,000? Save some money. You know, get our full dollars, get everything we can out of this.
Those trucks in 10 years are pretty much.
I understand,
done.
and maybe this plan says, yeah, that's just a plan, that's just an access database
And when
that
the
somebody
trucks,
set up.
then when the trucks go down and we can't get parts for them, then the public's the one that's.
Well, new
you know,
trucks go down and you can't get parts for them. I mean, it's the same game.
Right. Then the roads don't get plowed, and then I'll tell them to call you.
You can do that. And I'll tell them it's because you mismanaged. You should have bought a new plow.
Yeah, you said it again.
I'm just
But,
saying,
no.
look,
The same thing's gonna happen to him too.
We need to get,
We gave that truck to code enforcement. Remember the pickup truck? So he lost out on that money coming into his equipment fund too.
but it's not his, it's the tax.
Well, it's the
Well,
taxpayers.
that's
You know, we didn't lose anything. We didn't
Plus
lose
the
anything.
fact, plus the F-550 at 2012.
We're getting more
That's
usage
going up
out
for
of,
auction.
out of our equipment, and that's what we should be doing. We're saving dollars because we aren't spending them now. Maybe we do it next year. Maybe we change the plan to 11 years, right? It buys you something. And maybe it's more appropriate.
Well, matter of fact, it did go 11 years because it was supposed to get rid of it in 10 years when he wanted
Well, it's like the
to.
village, I have a perfect example. When the village dissolved, they called me. So we're out plowing. They says, transmission's gone in the truck. I said, I'll be over. I took the truck back to the shop. Got underneath it. Yeah, the transmission ain't gone, but all the transmission fluids have gone out of it. The transmission filter had rusted right through and all the transmission fluid ran right out of it. It was old. Those things, they
Well, but that sounds like general maintenance. I mean,
but
a filter should, you know, if it's on there for 5 years, yeah, maybe it's gonna rust through, but if it's
I'm
changed.
just saying, I mean,
You keep your car for 10 years?
he's got the MG, it's probably 20 years.
Yeah, maybe 50 years old, absolutely. Runs like a watch.
There has to be some kind of a plan.
There does have to be a plan, but it's a plan, it's not carved in stone,
No.
right?
Not carbon.
So there has to be
So
some.
it's a balancing act. If you get the most for your value for a type of a trade-in, it's a balancing act, I guess. All right, no trucks for you.
So is that coming, but I'm a little confused about the money, because you said the 194 went to 188, but if we take 100 out of reserve, it's 88, so what is the real number here?
194.5, take right off the table. Gone. Okay?
So that's zero.
So the new number to replace that is 188,000.
Oh, okay, so it's 188.
That's what he said.
But, yeah, but he said, talked about, he's
Right,
got
but
some
then he talked
capital
about
reserve,
taking reserve.
100,000.
Well, I got a capital reserve fund of $231,000.
Okay,
Do we put money in every year? We put in.
correct. And you, I thought, I heard you say if I take 100 out of that, it'll only be 88,000.
That's correct.
So.
You normally take money out of your capital reserve for equipment?
Yes, that's what it's for. It's capital. It's
Always equipment,
just for equipment. That's correct.
So
not for drainage projects.
No. This is just.
So,
All the years I've been on with Woody or with him being on, it's always been done, right?
so is that what we're doing? Is it eight, is
Take
it
money out of
eight,
capital.
188 or is it 88?
If you're gonna let me take the $100,000 out
It's usually
to
more.
pay for that, then it'd be 88,000.
Why not? That's what it's there for.
Yeah.
No, we don't change the budget to 88,000, you still have to budget for what you're gonna spend. You just
188.
have to tax $100,000 less.
Okay,
And then you're pulling it from a different pocket, how's that?
all right,
Sound better?
Yes.
yep. So we'll just make a note that 100,
And Bev, is there another reserve fund in the highway department to take care of projects?
No, this was just set up, Mike.
Equipment.
This capital reserve fund was just set up.
Well, it doesn't have to be for equipment, I'm saying. It's a reserve fund. You can use it for,
It is specifically, this is specified.
this is equipment fund only.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, if you wanted to
Reserve for equipment.
Well,
make
that's,
another fund,
that's gonna be my December recommendation with some of our excess, the landfill revenue that we haven't put in the operating budget. We need to allocate that by the end of the year, correct? So, and
I'd like to close the books, yeah.
so, as I've said before, I'd like to allocate whatever some of that money is to highway fund for drainage, start some of these drainage projects. You know what I'm saying?
But that's the out of the A fund, the storm sewers, that's
Yeah.
out of the A fund.
Okay,
We do have one in the A fund,
we do,
projects, yes.
yeah, but we don't have nearly as much as that we need, you know what I'm saying? Okay.
That's how we got 9.5 million because we've been doing that every year.
Well, 9.5 million is dispersed
It's
among
dispersed.
multiple funds.
Yeah, it's dispersed, but there's 9.5 million that came out of this.
Okay.
all right.
Bobcat.
The next is capital reserve, $50,000. I left it alone to put in for the equipment.
So we'll take 100 out and put 50 back in.
Yeah.
So we're really only gonna take
That's
50 out?
231,000.
Basically, yes, because you're
Then we
putting,
put 50.
putting that into that.
Well, he didn't in 19 and 20, there's zero.
We are now.
It doesn't show up as expense, it has to be the book entries, that's why. So it's been put there, it moved, but it's book entries, because you don't write a check for it, you have to make journal entries to move it. Understand, Steve?
Nope.
Okay. Talk to you later, Alice.
All right, thank you.
Bobcat and attachments, that $49,000 is not the right number. It's $41,000. It's up 23,000. That's to replace the 4 Bobcats that I have now. That is a plan that Bobcats got. Every 2 years we trade these in. So basically we're trading in 4 Bobcats for $41,000. You can't even buy 1 Bobcat for that. They're giving us 33% on each Bobcat.
So can we take that out of the reserve too?
I could, but I mean, I don't know if you want to deplete that reserve. I mean, yeah, I could take that out of there. But there's another thing I want to talk to you about.
Of course.
Well, think about it. The highway department, I talked to Nikki about this, the highway department delivers all these totes, or these dumpsters. We get paid $25 for the dumpsters. Now that money should go somehow back into the highway department for maintenance of them Bobcats and the equipment. So I do over 500 to 600 dumpsters a year. So that's about $15,000. And then the sale of the scrap that we got, there's another couple $1,000. So basically, you're looking at, in 2 years' time, roughly a little over $30,000. So in 2 years' time, that should pay for just about all of those Bobcats, if you use that money. Where's that money going for all these dumpsters and everything? Where's it go? I mean, the highway department's the one that's
Goes into the revenue side of the general fund.
The
No,
what?
it goes in the revenue side of the refuse fund.
I'm sorry?
The refuse fund, SR, that's where that revenue goes to. It goes to pay for the totes that he buys, it goes to pay for the dumpsters that he buys.
So, I mean, I don't know why the board couldn't set that up, or that money went back into the highway.
Well, it is.
For that.
She just said it's paying for dumpsters and it is paying for equipment in that.
So it's paying for Bobcats too then?
No,
Not specifically that line item.
no, but it is.
I mean, that's the only reason you use the Bobcats is for the dumpsters? You don't use
No, we use it for everything, the snow removal, and
Yeah.
everything. But I'm just saying, that money,
I mean, it's not going to like water and sewer, it's, it's not going to recreation.
All right.
And we need 3 Bobcats, or we need 4 Bobcats.
If you go with the 4, they give you the big discount. And that's, years ago, they had this worked out, again, on the asset management plan, just like the loader. Next year, the loader's gonna come up, and there's a plan on that. That'd be $30,000. They told us already up front, it's gonna cost us $30,000 next year.
So we are using the asset management plan again?
I have been.
He has.
And Joe has been.
Enjoy it, yeah. So, I mean, this is just something, I mean, really, these Bobcats, it's a no-brainer. You get a 2-year warranty with all of them, with getting the 4 machines, and you're getting 4 brand new ones for $41,000. And yes, we could take money out of that equipment fund if you wanted to, or we could just, budget it.
All right, well, riddle me this, Batman.
Well, here we go.
Why since it's every 2 years, 4 years?
2.
Every 2 years. Why in 2020 did we spend $25,000 on the Bobcat fund, and in 2019 we spent $56,000?
You know why?
Dave,
Because
explain
before,
that.
let me tell them, the year before, when you had Mr. Lazaro, Mr. Seneca, and Mr. Ferrara, we could have had 4 Bobcats for $10,000. Was it 10 or 11?
Just about 11,000.
About $11,000. Vic and I voted to get them 4 new Bobcats with a 2-year warranty on them for that $11,000. The other 3 voted against it, so we didn't get them. So lo and behold, after this went by, we had to put a cylinder go, a track go. We spent almost, in repairs, almost $20,000 on Bobcats. So when I come up the following year, we had these crappy Bobcats, but to get them, we had to pay $56,000, where the year before, we could have had 4 new ones under the asset management plan for $11,000, but they, 3 times I think we came up for a vote, and 3 times they shot it down.
I wasn't on the board back then.
We weren't on that.
So last year we spent 25K. Did we
Bizarre.
buy some attachments
Bizarre.
last year?
Yes, we did.
All right.
So that's like now, you can get those for 41,000. It's a no-brainer. If you look for equipment magazine, and you'll see a Bobcat, just a plain Bobcat's gonna cost you almost $50,000, less than 50,000. And you're getting 4 right now for
How old-
41,000.
In 2019, when the wheels and the tracks and everything was falling off, how old were those Bobcats?
2 years old.
They were only 2 years old?
Yeah, because you get it every 2 years.
No,
He
no,
gets
no,
them every 2 years.
You're saying they weren't taking part of that plan?
Yeah,
That was part of that
They
plan.
were, they just didn't pay the renewal? And then the wheels started falling off?
This is why I asked Jim, why is it up to 41,000? Well, everything's gone up on prices.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, with this truck,
I
and,
mean, sometimes you aren't?
only to you, but I'm gonna have to order these things in December, because first of the year, everything goes up. They've already told us that, everything's going up.
That's why a lot of municipalities have Department of Public Works.
Well, it doesn't matter what you call it.
Yeah, but
Highway, public
but you have a lot of duplication and things. I think if you ever had the amount of time and energy to see the duplication between water, sewer, and highway,
Oh, I agree with that.
you would see a lot of duplication. I mean, there's probably 25 hammers between both departments.
I agree with that.
I mean, I'm being sarcastic a little bit, but you know what I'm saying?
There's 2 tampers and a few cutoff saws. I agree. Geez, I think that's the 3rd time I've agreed with you tonight.
Nice young you.
There's something wrong on it.
I know it.
So how do you wanna go with this?
Jeez.
Huh?
Leave it.
So it's 41,000 instead of 49.
Are you gonna take it out of the reserve, or are you just gonna take it out of the budget?
No. If we're gonna take money out of the reserves for the dump truck,
I really don't wanna take it out of the reserve.
then I
No.
think we need to budget.
I wouldn't take it out of reserve.
So you got 231, you're taking out 1.
And more money's gonna be going back into
Right.
the account, because they got the 2012 that's Auction International's coming down Thursday. So that money, when we sell that, when that goes to auction, that money will go back into the reserve also. So,
And you got the bottle and can drive you got going on, that'll go back into reserve as well.
are you gonna drop off the bottles?
That snowplow going to reserve, the money you get for it?
Yes, everything. Okay, moving on. Oh, here we go again. All right, I want to replace again the 2011 pickup truck. It's got 61,000 on it. The bid come in, I see it's 40, but I've got the paperwork on it, it's $42,000 for that truck.
That's what is labeled as plow lease.
Right, she's got it labeled as plow lease,
And it came in at what?
42,000. And then replace the 2011, it's got 61,000 on it.
Can't put it off a year when we aren't getting 4 new Bobcats and a new
Tamper
plow?
and a new saw.
You didn't go with the Tamper, did you?
Yeah, why don't we push that a year?
Well, Steve,
Jim, what
it's
did
a
you say that was?
2011.
It's got 61,000, it just broke in. I don't care how old it
I
is.
mean, that's what we
61,000 miles, kidding me.
we we sand all the parking lots with
My
that?
MG's got 425.
You just replaced the motor too, didn't you?
See, it looks like you, old.
Oh, shh.
Are you on the side of the people or what? I say,
No, I'm just saying that.
I say we push this one a year.
What do we have coming up next year? You already said one thing.
Like, next year, if everything goes right, the loader, which would be 30,000, I already know that.
And we'll have more in reserve.
Maybe
Right.
30,000.
Selling that stuff, we're putting 50 in. This thing will make it another year.
If you're lucky, it'll be your last budget presentation if you're elected. Next year.
Yeah, you're right. All right, Steve, now,
So that'll come up.
all right, I'll give you that one, I don't know why, but.
Okay, so
It's the right thing to do for the
Well,
people of
it's kind of
Seneca
that.
Falls, that's why.
Well,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
But
you
that
think about
body
that, if
was-
somebody slips and falls out in that parking lot because this truck is down, because we can't take our big trucks down there to salt, then what are we gonna do?
But you know what, we need to cover every contingency. I think we should have a
I agree with you, but what are you
sky
gonna,
falling meeting.
but now you're shooting the asset management plan.
No, but the asset management plan should be spreading out the expenses.
61.
Next year's gonna be a light year.
Correct.
So to move this to next year, or move a piece of equipment, you pick which one, to next year instead of this year, spreads out the expense.
Just
That's
hold.
what the asset man plan.
Look, and you're 100% right, but that's why you need an asset management plan for the entire
I
town.
agree.
So you spread all town expenses across the board, 100%.
Balance them right
So
out.
we can start
For
here.
the highs and the lows and.
Right.
Well, I lost $15,000 by giving the truck to,
You didn't lose it.
I know it's town money,
It's
but it would've went into the highway fund.
I understand that.
So there's $15,000 I could've put towards
We
that
can't
truck.
think that way. We can't be little
You gotta
individual
think that
silos. No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
Well, you do, but not me.
That's
I
right.
don't have to think that way. I don't see the individual silos. We gotta knock those down to make the town, again, I can't believe it.
4 times, write that down.
I'm gonna have a test, a COVID test tomorrow.
Alright, so we're gonna take that out, we'll take it out.
Yeah.
That's what you want, we'll take it out. Alright, gone.
All right.
Truck's gone. I'm not following your driveway this year either.
You know, if you did last year when I called you, things might be different.
Staying the same.
Okay, inspections the same, tools and supplies are the same, vehicle maintenance the same. Fuel, Bev, I wanted to talk to you about that, you got $30,000, you handle all that, I don't know if we should raise that or not.
I think you ought to, based on fuel prices.
Fuel prices, yeah.
I mean, we've held that line.
My son
for
told me
quite a few
last
years.
night in Colorado, he's paying $4 plus.
Good deal.
What do you want with
So 40?
that? Yeah, they're asking you.
I think it should go up, Bev handles all that, but
35?
35?
Well, if you take the 21,750 that we've already spent for this year and multiply it by 2 it'll be probably 45 you want to put in there.
How much, sir?
It's 21,750 at the end of June.
End of July.
July.
These are June bills.
June bills.
June bills, though.
So, I mean, if you want to double it because it's half the year, 45 would be
In the ballpark.
in the ballpark.
All right, yeah.
So
Good
make
point.
it 40.
Good point.
What do you wanna do, how much?
40.
40.
Just plow this.
Yep. Sticker road.
Because what goes up must come down.
Oils and filters the same, air gas the same, tires the same, radio repair the same, vehicle parts the same, miscellaneous the same. Moving down to snow removal, plow parts are gonna stay the same with the salt, 85,000.
So salaries for full-time plow
Right.
going up quite, now that's a pretty big increase, right?
What do you mean?
Well,
So
over
last
19,
year.
over 19 and 20.
Bev?
Page 20 up.
Is this for overtime?
No.
No?
When you're plowing, you charge a plowing line. Okay?
Right.
So we have most of their expenses for the wages is in the regular MEO line, but we have to allow something for plowing. The new gentlemen in the MEO lights aren't gonna plow, are they gonna plow?
What's that? I didn't hear you.
Are the MEO lights gonna plow?
Yes?
They haven't in the past, so you're gonna need money to pay them there. I think you're better off to leave it sit, because you increase the number of people that are gonna be plowing.
Those MEOs are costing us a lot of money. I like the way you sold it though, this past summer.
You like it?
Yeah.
You good? Okay. Page 3 is nothing on my end. Nothing on the next page. We're almost out of here. Nothing on that one. Okay, appropriations. Totes, $7,000, and
What
then
page is it?
I don't know.
Is there
Page.
two?
I got page 1.
52.
Okay.
52?
You got it right.
You get a whole different package than we get.
I know, because I'm special.
You certainly do.
52.
Will you bring a coffee in the morning?
Yeah.
I don't drink coffee. Pepsi.
Pepsi.
Dumpsters,
Okay, totes, $7,000. They are replacement totes, when somebody breaks one, we replace them with those. And the company I've got now, they are, if one goes bad, they replace it. So, I gotta keep that in there, in case we need to order them. I didn't have to order any this year, I still had enough. So that 7,000 will be going back into general, correct? And as far as the dumpsters, it's down, I took it down to $2,500. It was 10,000, I knocked 7,500. I don't know what's gonna happen with the landfill, and there's no sense in me going out and buying dumpsters and have to sit around, because if the landfill closes, then they're gonna be useless to me. So,
they're closing next year.
no, I know, but the ones that I've got
Will
will last that year. Might have to
These are the big ones or the?
These are the ones you drop off at your house.
drop off at the houses, so,
They hold up pretty well?
no, they're pretty beat up, but we keep all them back together and stuff, and we're gonna try to do that. If I need to come back and ask for more money,
That's correct.
Then-
That's the way you should be thinking.
are you agree with me?
I agree with you.
Mike told me to say that. That's 6 times then.
All right.
All right, so that's that, and I'm out of here.
You know what he's gonna ask?
We got, Doug, the natural upcycling, that's enough?
Oh, and I don't,
That's for the organic,
Right.
on page 52,
I don't have.
the last
oh,
item there, it's $5,000 in the budget.
For recycling?
No,
Natural.
Oh,
that's for the residential program we started and the commercial. Is that enough, Doug? I don't know.
It's gonna be tight. Might be, there shouldn't be any new setup fees, which was the expensive part of each one. So it's just.
That doesn't allow us to expand
That's-
into some
that's
other,
true, because
like-
if we do that, we put up another residential site, then yes, there'll be a setup fee again.
what is the setup fee on something like
It's $150 per site.
that? I mean,
I've
I've been keeping track, since we've opened up there, we've had probably maybe 25 people. Since-
Really?
Yeah.
that's amazing. I wouldn't think it was going to be that high right off the bat. That's good.
Well, no, that's total,
But still,
yeah.
no, it's going to take time.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to take time.
So is 5 enough then?
Pardon me?
5 enough?
I'm more concerned about if we had to go to, like right now, we don't, Burger King, McDonald's, Seneca Falls Country Club, none of those places have the ability to be participate in the program at the moment, right? Because it would be, it's a more expensive.
Oh, for you?
But then, right,
No, for the town.
yeah.
We provide,
So far, we provide them for the restaurants.
Yeah,
taking
like
part.
Parker's
So-
and them.
So the
Yeah.
country club, for instance, to use that as an example, would be the same thing. So there would be $150 setup fee, and then $15, assuming it's one total.
That's what I'm saying, you want them to put more
I
money in there,
I
if
think
somebody
so,
wants
I
to come
think,
in.
I think it's gotta be at least 7.
75.
In order to.
I think we ought to throw some more in there, at least give it a chance to, if anybody else wants to, because the restaurants have participated, you know, to a large scale, they've participated
Yeah,
downtown.
particularly Parker's, it's
So
amazing
what
how
are we
much.
putting in there?
I would move that to at least 7,000, the natural upscale.
Now, is that gonna be coming out of my budget every year now?
Yep.
More cans and bottles you can sell.
You're killing me, Glenn. I
Let's
thought church was bad. Hey. Hi, buddy.
Pay me now, pay me later.
Now, was that so bad?
Yes, it was. It was, it was terrible.
It was torture for Joey.
Now Joe, now poor Joe's gotta come in online now.
If you wanna see fans, stick around for Joe.
See, I told you, you're.
Watch out, Joe makes
Do my
up.
24 pages.
24 pages.
Page 5.
I'm sorry.
Jim, thank you, I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh, page 5.
Thank
Empty, right?
Thank you.
Thank you all for what you do. It's not,
We don't have these, Mike, guys. Give me.
sorry, I can't stay for the presentation.
I'll stop by and fill you in tomorrow.
Dan, thanks.
Take care.
We're done. Beautiful.
Yeah, he says.
Oh, Central Garage.
He hasn't got any money, so look at all the money he's making. Now
Pretty
you're
short of that.
Okay, Joe.
Maybe I'll
Start it
cross.
off.
I'm going.
Before we go to Joe,
See ya.
Yeah.
is, do you want to talk about, so we can start preparing things? I mean, there's a big line item in the budget with the town manager in the tentative budget. Should we just get it out of the budget or move forward with that one?
Get out of the budget.
Take it out of the budget. That's the consensus, take it out of the budget?
Yeah.
Well, we haven't heard from CBR.
No, and I got some, anyway. I told them I would like something this week and type of thing, so, but I haven't gotten anything. I told them I had a budget meeting tonight and Thursday, and supposedly some COVID issues, but I haven't gotten anything back from them yet.
Like Steve said, you can always put it in later.
No, we didn't.
Then when you try.
You get the recorder going, right?
Yes, I do. You sure do.
Just for, again, I'm just trying to, it's a small window of how much time is going to be available to get us to a preliminary budget. So,
We're taking it out for now?
that's what I'm asking.
That would be, I would agree with that. Take it out for now. If we find that we want to go that way, we still have ways to fund it. And then it would be budgeted from 23 on.
And there's, obviously, I'm not gonna have a motion, because everybody knows my feelings, but that's beside the point. So just so you can start doing, as you do some of the changes here, that we've already discussed, you can throw that into the mix and get us down to a closer picture. Okay? All right, Joseph.
So we're all the way to Central Garage. 5, what is it?
Page 5
Yeah, page 5,
on the
all
bottom.
the way at the bottom, Central Garage. So basically, it's $4,000 in Central Garage. $3,000 for buildings and grounds. That says $314 spent this year, but we just got a bill today for at least $1,100 to have the heat fixed. So that's really the only place to really cut. I mean, you got $500 for equipment. We didn't spend anything yet. But the bus garage has been in there, they've been paying for, not really equipment, so, but all the cleaning supplies and stuff is needed there now, but we're gonna need money for that kind of stuff. So basically, yes.
Sorry.
No,
How much longer is the bus garage going to be in there?
I think it should be done shortly as soon as they garage.
They're waiting on parts for the garage, automatic garage door openers at the new place. And, they were supposed to be out at the end of September, but they're waiting on.
The only thing that went up was electric.
The board
So what do you wanna put that down for,
Their
Joe?
building functions there.
Which one?
Buildings and grounds, 2,500?
Well, you can, sure. But see, we try not to touch the garage because it's attached.
Okay.
We try and stay in water and sewer when we can at that building. But,
So I want to leave it at 3?
yeah, I think so. I mean, it's just,
Okay.
it's either that or I gotta come back and ask what you guys have been talking about. So we're up to 1,500 to 1,700 now. So how much do you want to cut off of 3,000 in the budget?
I was
Well,
thinking,
4,000.
You're gonna be removing the building of,
Then might as well keep that at 3,000. But yeah, that could be an expense though. You want us to do it, or, you know, really we shouldn't be?
well, it's just a Saturday morning project.
You think so, up there at that height?
A couple of your guys,
A couple of my guys in lifts that aren't really, shouldn't be in lifts, but yeah.
man lift, don't they read man?
Yeah, moving along. Yeah. We can take it down if you like, but that's,
Somebody else.
maybe someday it'll be down.
Maybe
All
the
right,
board
it's
should
serious,
go.
it's serious,
We'll
it
take
should
it.
probably,
Okay.
it should come down.
Okay. Okay. But do you want to do anything with that? I mean,
No,
No.
no.
let it ride.
we've been, you know, we've absorbed stuff before there.
What page you got?
35, and I don't know where you want to start.
Page 35?
35?
Top.
And I'm not used to this pages, so I got to get used to it with you. Yeah, I won't. So if somebody wants to point where you want me to start, I can start.
You're going to start at the beginning or starting?
Anything out of the ordinary, Joe?
Yeah, no,
Page 35.
35, seasonal staff. That's something new.
Okay, but what about the stuff on 34?
Yeah, home and community
The
services.
water administration stuff starts on 34.
Oh, well, I don't know any of that stuff, so you have to talk to Bev and Sarah. Those.
Well, Joe's wage is the first line. Half of
Half is wage.
half of Joe's, and then it's half of mine, and then half of the person out front. Longevity is gonna be Joe and I.
So what's the 8.4 on the senior account clerk? 8.4% increase? Why isn't that 3?
I believe it was separated differently,
Senior account clerk.
but wasn't it separated from?
This says 8.4.
This is 8.40.
I think it was separated differently this year.
Just a different allocation between water and sewer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think part of it too is that you're going to be looking at different wages too, because there's going to be some changes in the department. So that may be changing shortly as well.
And then principal account clerk is taken out of there, which would be that. Equipment, we kept about the same. This one is the same. Cell phone is Joe's phone. And that brings us to page 35.
Okay, Joe?
We don't need, you guys okay with postage, software, all
Yep.
this? Okay. So where do you want me to start on here?
I don't know.
I can start.
Anything out of the ordinary?
There was seasonal staff is something I changed.
Like an operator trainee,
Yeah, that would
it's up
help
66%?
over there.
You've got more operator trainees.
Okay.
And, well, yeah, they changed their line item that they were charged to.
You changed it? From where? So something went down 66%?
No, something went up 66%.
I know, something went up. You said they changed their line item, so you're saying it was somewhere else and they moved it
I
to there?
believe it's sewer, when we see it, because like labor went down if you go farther into.
So it might be in, with G?
It goes-
Okay, so
Yeah, like the
the
labor went
allocation
down.
between water and sewer,
It's like 20 over there.
okay.
So like you got farther into the budget, it shows like the labor went down, because he'll be getting trained as the thought, and then the sewer maintainer went down, so it's just the lines that they're being charged in our system get changed.
So where would that be?
We'll get there.
So the labor is on page 36, it goes down 35%.
Back to page 35, what's the seasonal labor?
Well,
That's what
we're gonna
they
get to that
described
after they finish with that, that's where I'm gonna
Say.
start.
And then in sewer, it shows sewer maintainer goes down 42%, and that's on page 42.
So, Sarah, these allocations, other than the 3% that everybody's getting, do they balance each other out?
Yes,
Okay.
It's not totally,
No,
because there will be other certifications next year, but not that much.
no,
That's the difference.
it's not all that. So
Right.
Joe and I did the salaries for next year, and Mike asked me to put 3% in. This also includes the guys that are gonna be that are going to be getting their licenses. It's hypothetically putting it in that they're gonna pass and they're gonna get their licenses, so that's their wages put in there as well. But part of our system,
Wait, hold on. So they're getting the raise already before they're finishing
No.
the test?
no, they're not getting.
You have to
the
budget
raise.
for
It's
it, though.
budgeted for it,
Okay.
just in,
Yeah.
so that when Joe comes to you and says, look, he passed his test, he has his license, we need to give him such and such, it's already budgeted for, you don't have to pull it from something else, it's already there. So that's where we went with that. But part of these look different because the way that they were put into our system, they weren't equally taken out, and we changed that this year to be so that half of sewer and half of water is where their wages are coming from. So that's why it looks a little funny, is because we're trying to work the kinks out of that.
Because we have everybody, almost everybody doing both sides.
Yes, half and
There
half.
used to be 2 water plant operators, remember in my
Mhm.
thing?
Yeah.
So now it's almost everybody, except for maybe Joe DeCruzo,
Yeah.
who does just pump stations. Everybody does both. So when I fill out the time cards every week, I have to split up their time somewhat according to where they work. You know, if there was 72 hours, most of them are 36 and 36, water and sewer. Where before it was just water or just sewer. So,
So the way that we split it up in the system is just the line that they're charged to is basically their wages split up.
Any way to combine them?
well,
Well,
we
water
were
is-
taught by the auditors to do that with almost everything you do, that you're working in both, or buying and using a piece of equipment in both. So, same with salary, so if you're working in water and sewer, they don't want you just be getting paid out of water.
So this is the way the
Or just
comptroller's
sewer.
office wants it to be?
That's what we were advised by the people here, was to make sure that you try to, I guess, a weighted average of what they're doing and where they're being paid from, because they are separate funds. Same thing with the trucks, like I explained, and the equipment.
But the operator trainee,
They're working at water and sewer. So I don't know about that part. That's
It's
budget
really
people
just
or, numbers
Right.
for that part.
Okay, but you've alluded to something else being in the air. There's some differences on some things that aren't simply a reallocation of the dollar amount.
They'll just be, we adjusted for the possibility of people getting not just one more thing, but certifications and coming to say, okay, they're at their halfway point and they obtained these, which you guys have all seen, nobody's said anything, and then it's there, so when somebody says, is it budgeted for it?
It is.
Come
And
back.
if they don't get there, then that money is still there in the water and sewer.
Yeah.
But we did do, again, I'm kind of stuck on this operator trainee.
I wish I could explain that, but I don't.
Because 2019, 33,000, 2020, 0, halfway through this year, 54. But next year, we're budgeting 166,000.
No, I think Sarah explained that they changed
So,
something. in
yes,
how
we
they
changed
charge.
the lines that they were charged to. And
then-
some of the people went to operator trainees when we started putting all of them in those. So some of those went from laborers to operator trainees. So that's why it doesn't, like 33,000 in 2019, that's where some of them were in.
Actually, 19 is when we started hiring most of them, 19 and 20. Or 18 and 19.
And I don't know why there's nothing in 2020. It's probably
Right.
just the line that they came out of was different. I'm gonna guess
It was.
that it was taken out of the plant operator.
We've been trying to fine tune this thing for 3 or 4 years, and if they're at the place now where they've down where it's set.
If you look at treatment plant operator, it looks like it went down. 62 expended in
Yes.
20, and then it's down to 30, well, 30, and we got it at 32 for next year. Which, I don't know.
Which that's like Brian.
Right, which is up 3% from 21, which is what.
But that's the raise, right?
Well, we
The
expect-
transition.
Right.
Yes, that's the one. It's really difficult in the water and the sewer because everybody is split up differently because then, like when you go to the transmission and distribution, there's other people that are charged out of there.
It's like
So
four
they're
departments.
all split up of what they do, but it's also split up between water and sewer. So it's really difficult when you're doing payroll. Just gonna throw that out there.
Joe, you said there's gonna be more people. How many more guys do you have, or?
Not more people, same amount of people.
Yeah, but how many more need to get certified, or will be getting certified?
Like I said in that thing, so you can read that again, but we have, all of them are water. And 2 of them, after the first of the year, at some point, will get approved to take their test soon, because they put their applications in. So 2 of them will possibly be getting their licenses if they pass, which is much harder than water. I would say February, March, possibly. So we have 2 people up then. The other 2 that need to become, or need to test, they won't be able to do it in 22. So it'll be 23 or 24. Because they have to have, some people, depending on education, have to have 5 years experience. And other people with a bachelor's may have to have like 2 years, and somebody with associate's 3. So, you know, this whole system of the DEC operators is pretty well spelled out of what they have to have in years and time.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to stop on that.
No, it's just that
It's hard to,
it's hard looking at all of this,
yep.
you know, all these line items. It would really probably be, if somebody boiled it down into the 50,000 foot view and presented it, you know, where these folks, you know, and it showed that it balanced out, it would be much easier than trying to, you know, put numbers out here.
The only thing with these numbers that we know, we can tell you, is the only thing we added was the possibility of those 2 getting their license. And there's a laborer who would become a maintainer also. But that's not, it's not the same, but that would be an upgrade from laborer to maintainer.
And how much of a pay increase is that?
That would be, how much is from a, what is a laborer? What grade?
He's 18 something,
Promotion.
18 and some change.
18 and some
And then
change to, it's probably
I wanna speak
substantial.
for- She's got the matrix. So hold on one second. I don't.
But that person's supposed to have at least a year obtain their CDL, and pass their D water class. So he has to jump through 3 hoops, not just one, because I was asked to make sure that it's substantial before it would come in front of the board, not just each time they get one thing. It was just, with losing them 2 people right away, it was a big hole to fill. And we're coming like, we're actually at the halfway point with that, because we don't have anybody but Brian and myself for wastewater licenses. And the DEC recommended at least 4.
So roughly, I think what he would be going to is like 20, so it might be like a $2 raise, but I can't speak for sure.
And I think it's more than that, it's probably 23.
23, okay.
Because it's a grade the same as everybody else.
Okay, but I don't know for sure, the matrix that she has is 2008.
It's probably $4. But like I said, it's a promotion from a laborer who's not supposed to really be operating equipment. We can use him to do that for training purposes, quotation marks, and he's a laborer. He's only supposed to be shoveling, cleaning up, driving pickups. So only those things were accounted for, so I'm not,
Okay, so, I'm not, as long as they balance out,
it should
if you
somewhere.
reallocated, that's fine.
Yeah, like
So,
I said,
there's reallocation, there's the 3%, and then there's some money for advance.
Future, yep. This year there's something's going to, 3 people possibly will be coming, more than likely at least 2.
Okay.
So I don't know where you want me to go from there.
So longevity's new, essentially. Overtime.
Some people we didn't have, these trainees are getting into the longevity, or somebody is.
it's Joe, Brian, not
Yeah.
myself, Fred, I believe.
He's somewhere
Fred would
else.
be the other one.
He's somewhere else, yeah. This is water treatment.
I know for sure Brian's in that one.
Okay.
Yeah, he's split between water and sewer.
What's the new seasonal staff?
James is
Okay,
running
that's-
here, James and Mason are
That's
running
where,
here.
in summertime, we have not, this summer, after losing
It's not
Timmy
new, it's
and not replacing them,
water
we
and
just
sewer.
couldn't keep up with, we didn't even get to painting hydrants, greasing them, weed whacking. Just how much the grass grew this year put us way behind with all this rain. So we were hoping, this is only one line, so we had to split it up. We were hoping to hire like 2 high school people who just graduated for a 3-month period. So we split it up between 3 lines to be $15,000. 3 or 4 lines, I forget, to help with that next summer. So that's,
High school kids,
well, we're hoping.
they can, well,
Right.
they can do community service, and some of them, we get them for nothing. They need the time.
Okay, I never heard of them being able to do that for a municipality, or that doesn't exist.
They certainly
They
can.
can't either.
I'm not sure how much of a result you get
Right.
relying on community service.
Okay.
But they can do it that way.
Well, this is, this is this is not a need, it's a want.
So how does the 15,000 you came by, how did you come by that?
We figured out 3 months at, what's this?
Minimum wage, I believe we did.
Minimum wage or is labor? Yeah, but it might be minimum wage.
I think it was minimum wage we did, because
Okay.
I think I went off
What
the
do we-
other seasonal workers,
Like
so.
weed eating around the fire
Right,
hydrants
we
and
didn't get
stuff
around
like
high
that.
fire hydrants being, and that's what
Training.
a lot of, like Mason and James work here,
Yeah.
and there's a couple others who worked for the town before this summer,
Yeah.
went for the village before.
And we're hoping high school kids, because
Yeah.
then we don't have to pay unemployment.
Sure. Okay.
Generator maintenance, doesn't look like we spent any money, but they were something was just done to them. So we got a bill coming, so we're probably halfway on that today. I mean, you could lower to 2,000 maybe.
Sounds good.
Disinfection. Why do we have 0? Because it's somewhere else, right?
UV disinfection is.
Right, so
required.
disinfection, that's nothing, you guys like that, it's a 0.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, okay, so the raw pH. This is about the microsystems, blue-green algae system we're putting in. It's not really blue-green algae, but to adjust the pH so our chemicals work better. We're gonna have that spill containment, it's gonna need to be done. And also, you see how I went from 378 to 60? Don't be fooled by that because we only spent 30. We didn't pay for the machine yet. So the machine is here, but that's going to save you, I think it's 205 or 210. So that's up to 240 already. And then we're going to have to encumber that to finish this project. Because all we did is receive the machine, and it's not going to be finished before the end of the year. So whatever's left out of that 378, after that balances the books, she'll know exactly what's left, and it'll be encumbered over to that number to finish the project, so we can have this unit up and running before blue-green algae season. So we're not sure exactly. Some of that money may be used for the PLC and skater, but I'm not sure. But it's all a part of that project, the pH adjustment. So just want everybody to be aware that there's going to be an encumbrance back into that line to get that project done. SCADA upgrades is also part of that. We put some in there. That's not the pad, but we know the PLC is full. Steve would know more about this, but I believe it's full, and they either have to rewrite or write a new one or try and add to it. One way or the other, we haven't really decided which way we're going to figure out which one was cheaper and better for the future. So that system has to be upgraded in some fashion. Equipment replace upgrade, what do we got? 19,000.
Is that computer part of the SCADA upgrade?
The PLC, the program logic controller.
Yeah.
I think we're good to go with PCs, you mean?
But no, the equipment replace upgrade, is that PCs?
It could be part of the turbidimeter upgrade, because we're putting new, we have a lot of the equipment for the turbidimeters, but we have to get them put in. So what did we do, 2021? We didn't use anything for any equipment replacement upgrades. So theoretically, we can cut this a little if you'd like to. It'll still be in the water plant fund somewhere anyway, right?
Yep.
So it's not going to hurt to say
So 19K, you're saying you can cut to?
15, just to be safe. We don't have to come back to you guys to move stuff around too much. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't use any. The fence line was done as far as the security system, and we were right on budget because we have estimates. Next year's is for tree removal around the fence. And there's a
That's what the 8K is?
Yeah.
Tree removal?
And or some more parts. We've been buying parts for the fence. When we get a chance, we put poles in. We've bought fencing over the last 2 years, and we're trying to save us a lot of money from going to contractors the last couple of years doing this fence within our fence. And then we're going to be able to mow around all the time, because over the years, big trees have actually grown right through the fence there. And that's something you get dinged on from our surveys that we just had done. The Department of Health came through, and they saw that we were working on that. Turbidimeter parts, Really, that could probably go to, say, 5. And if we run into a problem, we could ask for more. Because we did buy a lot last year. But we're waiting for that SCADA and PLC. This all ties into that whole job. Clean the intake. That's a new one. That gotta be done. That's a budgetary estimate from Barton and Judas they got from the people who cambered the whole thing. I believe quite a bit of that intake is 30 to 50% clogged with sand, some mussels. Right, so that's got to be done this year. Yeah, Barton and Judas, once you guys give them the approval, we'll put that out to bid, same way they did. But that's a preliminary.
I'm going into that business this year.
Good. Got to get a lot of equipment. Probably cost you more than that, for sure, just for the boat.
It'd be cheaper just to replace the intake.
Maybe. Put it out in deeper water.
Copper screen on the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do we have preventative screening and technologies on the end to keep the keepers out?
No, but we are in that part. We may be putting in a chemical. I don't want to say the chemical's name and say it wrong, but we may have to put a line all the way out.
Yep.
I don't want to say potassium permanganate, but don't hold me to that. That'll stop that growth.
Keep it clear.
Right. It's a possibility. They have to figure it out. They have to get approval. We have to get approval from the Department of Health. Can't just, do things. But
Well, for $140K to clean it, we ought to do something to try and prevent that.
absolutely. Yeah. Okay, small dump truck. This is like one line out of like 4. I wrote that whole thing that you guys explained that the small dump truck is a 2002. Definitely, it's got loss of power right now. We can look in, it's getting us around town, but we've pushed that one back. We've been trying to do pickup trucks at 10 years. We don't have to plow streets with our pickup. So Jim's 5 years is different. Our trucks, pickups 10, our dump trucks 10, and we're already at 20 almost on this one. It's at least 19 years old, I think it's a 2002.
How many miles on?
I want to say 7,000, but it's old, and most of our guys technically can't drive it. It's a stick shift.
Oh,
No, technically can't. You have to pass your road test on a stick shift to be able to drive a CDL with a stick shift. So it's time. They can drive.
Kids.
Yeah.
Value energy.
They're not worth having sticks anymore.
so you're going to purchase a small dump truck
Yes.
for $7,000?
No.
No.
Spread out.
I gave that whole
You get the
breakdown
sheet
to
and
your
everything.
email.
He emailed you.
I gave you an email, and it's coming out.
Of each line,
Oh.
97,000.
It's a 750. We, just like Jim, we plan on getting 15 to 20, I think, for it. Once I know if it's in the budget or not, then I can decide what we're gonna do with the other truck. But like I said, this one's an old one. I got the 3 things from that list right in a row here. And like I said, I've been pushing back equipment on our asset management. Like our skid steers, we don't have to replace one now, but we pushed them out to 5 years. We're losing on those good deals and then trade-ins. But with the excavator and the Bobcats, they're due next year after 5 to 6 years. Instead of that, and we don't use them as bad as them, but we're going to start losing on how much we get for them, and then the price just keeps going up on the other end. So we're trying to balance, And that's why for the last 2 years, I've been pushing them off. They were on to be 2 years like Jim's. But I said, let's push these things around and then get to a point where, hey, we just have to have it. And honestly, this is where we're at. And I know, I keep saying about the emergencies, but the sky is always falling on us. Everything's an emergency with us. A pump station got hit on 318. We don't own that pump station, but it could have been just like this what happens. And I don't know if you heard about it, but a car hit a pump station on Sunday morning on 318, and the building is destroyed. And we just had to fix a battery, luckily. If we would have hit 10 more feet to the left, the whole pump station could have been wiped out. But that requires bringing a pump that we're going to ask for bypass pumping for who knows how long before a pump gets put in. Now you're only sitting there with one pump, so this is why the sky's
Pump station 4 now, so.
What's that, 4?
Pump station 4
See,
now.
somebody put that in my ear first time, so that's it, it's there.
Bad information.
Okay. You guys want to talk about the crane truck that I explained to?
Get that all broke down too.
Okay. The back truck, we've been saving for 5 years. It's probably a total of 410,000, and we hope to get 150 to 200 either at auctions, or we might find another community that needs it, and we're willing to pay a good price for it, and then it will be a board decision. If you sell it to another municipality, you don't have to go through the bidding process. We've done that before. We sold our old back truck to the village of Canton up north. Telephone skater. I don't know why there's no charge to that this year.
This is 3,500.
Yeah, it's just 3,500.
Expended this year, I don't see anything.
Oh,
So I'm not sure of that. That must mean we didn't get a bill for it.
Or they're charging the wrong one.
Right. Or sometimes,
Are they actually using telephone line, or are they running it just over the internet?
I believe it is over the internet, that's why we're not, so we might be able to eliminate that. I get a call.
So we're taking the 3,500 out?
Yeah, you can.
Is that the water treatment plant?
Yeah. If we need to revisit that, we'll just come back, but I think that's right.
$2,500
Yep. Colasino Industries SCADA, we have a contract with them. That's just the normal SCADA, that's not the price of how much we're going to be paying next year. It's going to be probably way more than that, because we're going to have that new, where is it? The SCADA upgrades and the pH adjustment and all that, redoing the, so they're going to get, some of that bill is going to be in those SCADA upgrades. This is for the normal.
So you want to take some of that 3,500 we just eliminated for like 2,500?
No, I think we're good there. We got 10,000 there. Right?
10 is good then?
Yeah. I think so. It's just going to be a higher than normal Colasino bill this year.
Okay.
Chemicals. We were hoping, but the easiest thing to blame these days is COVID, and that's why we didn't get our pH machine in soon enough. That's why the chemicals look like we're only headed to spend 30. But next year's budget, we had at least 20 to get it closer to real for the CO2 that we're going to have to pay for. If that makes good sense. Contractual DOT screening. That's for the DOT drug testing, that's random. So we have, I believe, 1,500 in the total budget. It's 500 here and it's spread out. And we've used, I want to say about 700 so far. We just haven't charged it to the water plant yet. So we'll find somewhere else where we used it. And that's random, so I could get 6 guys that have to go in the same week or none. UV disinfection, looks like we didn't spend any money, but we've waited. We've had spare parts, and we're getting ready to change them, so we ordered new already. So I wouldn't change that. We're not gonna buy more than that, but it has to be there so when we need it. Vehicle maintenance, we just kept the same. We're at 615. That's right on par basically for the end of the year, so I don't think we should really change that. What page is that? 35. How am I on 37? It's 36. DEC
Man, it's more.
lab fees. Okay. Where are we at with this? 6,020, yep. This number is low though. We spent 6,000 because just the last 2 months, we've been spending $230 a week just on microsystems for the blue-green algae.
I don't think the 15 will do you though?
So, I think we could try it, because the worst that can happen is that we're getting low and we can adjust. You want 15?
15.
DEC permit. Why is that $1,000? We've got 500.
DEC permit 500?
Yeah. Conference and training for water plant, that is high. Because all of our water plant guys have been trained, so you could probably make that 2. How much did we spend? Yeah, we went over budget this year because of all. Plant maintenance, we're at 28,000 already in June. But 30 is probably a solid number for next year. Road talk maintenance, we're looking to sign a contract with Road Talk. And if we sign a contract, it should save us money for the amount of times they have to come out. So we're looking into signing a contract with them so that they just, we can charge a lot less per if we just have a contract. We're going to weigh that option. So that's in there for if we have an emergency to call them right now, but we're going to look into getting a contract next year and bring it to you guys.
What do they do?
They program the rotorks. They have, so they're valves that close when we're using our filters. And if they get hung up or even if the battery dies, it like loses its program. So we're looking to have them come possibly a couple of times a year and check them and change the battery. As soon as you pull a battery out, it loses it.
Do they run an
Bad
AC?
technology.
No AC?
I don't believe so. Not the control.
Surprising, no backup to
You
it.
have to do it by hand. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, to keep the programming, you see if the battery dies, it loses its programming, that's crazy.
Yeah, I believe they do, yeah.
Should have an adapter, the battery should be the backup.
I agree.
Street power's got to, well, whatever.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, they got me.
Any other providers? Maybe we should look at a different provider.
Yeah. Well, we'd have to change them all.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we'd have to change them all, you wouldn't have to adapt.
It might save you money rather than paying $5,000 a year with these columns.
Cleaning supplies, we're that's low. I mean, we already spent $400 for cleaning supplies, I only put 500 in for next year.
And I put the 6.
Miscellaneous,
You want to go back to 6?
no, because
No.
it doesn't, it's, you know,
Alright.
I look at it a little different, it's an estimate. You know, if it's 500 or 600, we were over. We don't want to be double over or, you know, be unreasonable. Miscellaneous contractual, kind of for if we don't have enough in another line, and say Carsol Electric has to come out there and do something, we have that, but we also probably have it down here for electric. So, I like to keep that there, but, I mean, we can make it 1,000.
Sure.
Propane's a tough one to figure out. We're 5,200, so it depends on the winter. So I just kind of left it the same, and hopefully it's not a,
Well,
you know,
the prices are supposed to go up on that.
right. So we'll see where we wind up with. Safety equipment, we're at 1,100, so I kept it the same. Which one we want to go to? Because there's more longevity there, overtime, labor. I have that seasonal staff is new. Pickup is right there now. Auburn Tower generator. We got the generator in, so that's really $1,000 for maintenance. Chlorine booster, we don't have. Contractual repairs. Where are we? Repairs. I'm not sure why I put 12,000 there, but there's not gonna be no $12,000 in repairs at the water tower. 8340, oh, that could be distribution. That's more along the lines for electric. Make that 8.
Yeah, we haven't had any in the past for a reason.
We have, but I may have charged it under, we had it for electric for sure. We may have paid for it, and that's why maybe it's in there. This name may have changed.
Okay.
Maintainer training, so that has to stay, and that's the training for the maintainer. That's where I took it out of the plant, the water plant, but it belongs in here for the training. The training of the laborer to become a system water operator, not the plant. Small dump truck, see, there's more in here in the small dump truck because we use it more in the distribution system. So that's why the line item at the water plant was less, so we have it spread out. Miscellaneous, we took out, right? Yeah. Excavator encumber we took out because we're going to ask for that in the budget next year. So that's the 3rd year we pushed the excavator and this 2 skid steers back. All right, so Van Rensselaer tank and Auburn Road tank was omitted accidentally. That's under contract. So those numbers that are to the left here for 2021 have to go over to the right. Bev and I and Sarah talked about that tonight. I was looking at this.
I apologize.
Yeah, that's a 20-year contract. Yeah.
It's a 20-year contract.
I believe so, yeah. From, I believe, 16. The back truck. Now, the back truck, like I said, it's going to be 400. I forget exactly how much we have this year. I gave you guys that email, but like I said, we've been saving for the back truck since 17.
Now, when you say saving, so this is coming out of,
encumbering.
okay.
So 50,000 is being added,
Yeah.
and then at the end of the year, whatever we've encumbered the last couple of years comes over. So the total will be like 410 or so total.
Well, rather than encumber it, why isn't it just put into reserve,
I don't know.
capital reserve, and then when you get to a certain, you're ready to buy, you got, it's in reserve.
I believe we were doing that to show that we were saving for it, I guess.
You do the same way by putting it in capital reserve, but it's just a little easier to,
Can you do that that way? How do you,
You can do it instead of a specific reserve for it, but you have to have a permissive referendum to put it in, and you wouldn't have to take it out.
he doesn't have a capital reserve for it.
He has a capital reserve, but this is for a specific piece.
That's the way I was told to do it.
That's why he was doing it this way, because it's a specific piece that he was saving for. It's an equipment reserve.
Right. So you're saying his capital reserve can't pay for a piece of equipment?
Not the capital reserve, not the equipment reserve. He's got one of those is small, those very small.
So he's got an equipment.
I got equipment reserve.
So he could have put, rather than encumber it, he could have just put the money in the equipment reserve. Just, to me, it's cleaner, it makes more sense.
Honestly, to me, it made more sense that, yeah, we're saving it for this.
Right.
I get you, what you're saying.
But you're encumbering here, you're encumbering there, you're encumbering,
Right, but-
it's spread all over. Just 6 one, half dozen of the other.
No, I understand.
I think we ought to be consistent.
Yeah, well, a lot of this thought, that's the same thought of, like the what you call told us to spread out. And when you buy a truck, buy it from, charge it from here, here, and here. Yeah, it was a lot simpler for me when I first came the first year. And I did it, okay, truck underwater, excavator under sewer. It was easier.
Yeah.
And it was easier for you to see. But they said, you're using it in all of these things, and it's really 4 different departments that's being used in, so you gotta spread it out.
Department of Public Works.
Steve didn't agree with you there.
No, because I'm all done with my.
You don't hurry up, but,
I'm trying to do my diligence here. Topsoil, we've been, I don't know why there's no charge on this line, but we probably have it in the sewer plant and others, so we need to.
Well, there's 3,000.
No, I put it in this year, but there was
Oh,
none in there last year, but we needed to, put some in there. We went through a lot of, topsoil this year. Yeah, and a lot of repairs on people's grass and stuff. I believe that's like a whole new line.
more to come.
Shh. I'll call you. I sure do. Telephone, but I believe that, did that, I'm not sure. Contract
Is this a
addiction.
cell phone or the regular phone?
I want to say this is regular phone.
The landline?
Yep. Landlines at the, I'm not even sure where they are. Mike might know.
It's pricey. You should be able to get a landline for $19.99 a month. If not.
No, we only paid, well, let's put it this way. We only paid $5.59 by 7/31, so that can actually get lower.
That's because of
What you did.
what I did there, yeah.
But you should get an IP phone. You can get them from a million different providers for $20 a month,
Just so you know, I don't
$240 a year.
have anything to do with the phone, believe it or
You
not.
can get that right through community broadband.
Right? I don't have anything to do with the phone.
Right.
We can cut that in half to 1,100 or
Like
1,000.
I say, you can knock that down to $250 a year.
1,100 or 1,000?
I'd make it 1,000,
Okay.
and then we get it knocked down.
Okay.
Any phone like
I
that,
think
any
Mike
phone
got
will
it
pay.
knocked down a lot from where it was, because the phones throughout the town, I think.
Any place we have a landline, we should be converting to an IP phone.
Dig Safe, we started putting this in because we get charged from 811 for getting calls, marking stuff out. I know it's not charged here, but we've been charging it somewhere. And we'll be charged in this line. cut that down to 800.
Would dig safe?
Yeah. Because we didn't even charge anything on this one this year, so that means Brian hasn't filled up another one, that's all. There's gotta be another one somewhere. Fuel, vehicle maintenance, we went down a little bit, but we spent 4,300 in the first half. So, what did I leave it, 6?
You got it, right?
Fuel's at 8 because we figured that's going up. But we lowered the vehicle maintenance down to 6. Hopefully that'll hold up.
What page is it?
37, right?
Yep.
There's the electrical contract. I know it only says 750 there, but I gotta say that we're probably up to 1750, and we can put it at 3,500. And be okay.
3,500.
Yeah, you can't always go by last year. There's the contract DOT screening, so there was up to 267 here. And that was halfway through the year, and we already had like 4 guys go last month. So I would just leave that. Because you just never know, it's random.
Who chooses when they go?
So we pay I want to say a consortium type deal, e-screen it's called, and they send me an email. They send me emails all the time saying, hey, next month, the first of the month, there's going to be people drawn, and it's random. And then they send me something. I have to log on and say when I told them, the employee, and when they're coming. And then they have to go. So we pay like $150 a year for them to manage that, and they just send it to us. And then if DOT checks with us, then they know that they can see right online. I can prove to them that we're doing our test. And then we take the results and we put them in the personnel file. Conference and trainings for distribution. That I would leave in there for just safety trainings or water. So when we have water licenses and sewer licenses, we have to do continuing education credits every year. And to renew your license in 5 years for the sewer and 3 years for the water, we have to have 30 hours and 80 hours, 110 hours basically every 3 to 5 years of additional training that they have to go. It's like refresher training. And it's all approved Department of Health and DEC training. So it's not just somebody saying, yeah, come to my training course. They have to submit and be approved training courses that we have to send them to. Water main parts. I know it looks like it's only $110, but we probably just ordered $2,000 worth of stuff. And we can lower it a little, but
You tell us.
We can lower it a little bit, but I mean, if we have to go over, we have to go, come back, we can come back. I
How
wouldn't
much
touch
is a little?
8,000. You just never know. I don't want to say it's padding it, but like I said, the sky is always falling. Gravel and black top, I wouldn't touch that. We were already over that halfway mark in June. Materials for services, we were even with it already at the halfway point. So I would just leave it. Some of that is for stock, but we do have to replenish stock when we use it. Water main repair, I wouldn't mess with that either. I mean, we were at 9,000 in June, And after June, we definitely had some water main breaks during all that rain. And we used, just on one water main break, we probably used $1,500 to $1,600 worth of clamps. Hydrant replacement program, that would only get us 2 hydrants if we needed to buy any hydrants.
5,000 get you 2?
Basically, yeah. So,
Can't you, Waterloo's got a bunch laying up there along 5 and 20, can't we do a midnight raid?
you know, maybe in the 70s, but now, there's cameras everywhere.
All right, yeah.
All right.
That's what hoodies are for.
Oh, yeah, you're right, and masks.
And
Hoodies and masks.
Right.
sunglasses.
They just do it in the daylight. Tower maintenance, we're pretty good on the tower, but, I mean, you can cut it in half if you want, but
I think you leave it there.
we are in pretty good shape there, though, Dave.
All right.
So you
Yeah,
wanna
a
cut
lot of new stuff there.
Cut it to 1,000?
Yeah. I would leave the contractual there just in case we need an electrician or somebody else there. Hopefully we won't with the new generator for a while. Safety equipment, 1,000. I don't think there's any reason to necessarily, we're not buying stuff we don't need. But
More.
safety training, we already had training in other areas, I believe. So that one's 0. Oh, okay. Mower. Let me get the mower. So this mower has been pushed back since 2015. It's Dave's probably.
So that was the right thing to do in 2015.
Yeah,
2016.
but you know, we're not going to, yeah, but this kind of mower, but other equipment, it's.
No, I know.
Yeah, no, we did it. We were actually approved in 15 or 16 to get it, and we said, nah, let's hold up. But now it's time. It's 20 years old. It's one of them split ones where you ride on the back and pivots in front of you.
Yeah. Is this down at the water plant?
This one, no, is that we keep that at Kenmore Pump Station, and Joe DeCuso cuts all the pump stations with it. And it's easier for him to maneuver in tight spots around the pump stations now.
So you're gonna get the same thing or a 0 turn?
If I got Joe anything different, he would be happy, so,
Right.
yeah.
It's not an old
And
Gravely.
it's not much, the price is comparable.
It's not an old Gravely, is it?
Hmm?
It's not a Gravely, is it? Can't get them anymore.
Oh, I don't think so, no. I don't see anything else on this page. 38. I don't know about 38. Do I know anything about 38?
No.
Old Gravely.
39. Just shows some of the stuff we received from selling scrap. 40. Nothing. 41. Looks like it might get close. That's office stuff.
Yeah, it's the same explanation as the water.
Hmm?
It's the same explanation as the water one,
Okay.
Just the other half of water.
just the other half. Everything gets split
Right.
in 2.
So is everybody okay with 42? Go with 42?
So like yours, the senior clerk, that equals what your total is from the front and this one?
Yes.
Can I help you?
It's also,
Can I help you?
Oh, he's looking for the police station.
Oh.
The police, you gotta go to the other door. The
So-
side door.
so
I'm sorry.
my wages split, 40% water, 40% sewer, 20% general fund. Bev's is split 80% general fund, 10% water, 10% sewer. And then Tricia's is the same as mine. So that's how our wages are split in the payroll system.
Thank you.
So there's the other half of the mower, I guess, on 42. And small dump truck, excavator trailer, nothing. That's the other, almost the end of the pickup. Sewer projects. That should not be zero, unless it's gonna stay somewhere like Steve said.
It should be 600.
It should be 681, 928.
Sorry.
When we leave them out, we leave the big ones out, we don't mess around.
I wasn't told that they get carried over.
So what is that, 681? I mean,
Beth?
It's been, what we've been
Like
budgeting to
Kingdom
set
Road?
aside for the sewer projects, it actually ends up in reserve. That's why we've been able to build that reserve.
so we just started that in 2021?
No, I don't know why it doesn't show up here, but I've seen that ever since I've
Again,
been here.
it's book entries, not
Okay.
expenditure entries.
Okay. It's confusing actually.
Yeah. That truck.
So seasonal staff, I see another 2K in there, so,
I think, what was it?
so we're up to 12K for seasonal staff?
Yeah, I want to say it's going to be a 15 when we're done.
15?
I'm pretty sure of that.
All right.
Should be another 3,000 to be in the process.
Yeah. Small dump truck. We're on the excavator trailer, no, that, I'm past that. Miscellaneous. Miscellaneous, that's good, zero miscellaneous. Nothing's going to happen.
Oh, you see there's 2 there. And we got 5, so up to 12, and he's saying there's gonna be one more hit, so.
Oops.
Yep.
No.
Back truck and cover, Kingdom Pump Station. Bev?
I'm sorry, what?
Kingdom Road Pump Station. I don't remember it being like that, but, is that right?
That's now a capital project we have to
Okay.
establish a capital project for.
Okay. 6-inch pump is crossed out here because it's somewhere else down lower. Because I put it
Oh,
in
yeah,
the wrong,
that's-
I put in the wrong number. Auburn Road,
We got it for 50,000 down below.
yes. Auburn Road Pump Station. That's gonna be done this year, so we don't need anything in that. That's that sewer pump station we're working on by the gas station.
Yeah, great.
Water Street Pump Station, so this is another one asking for 25, so, because that Water Street Pump Station is gonna cost, I believe, about 125,000, but we're gonna find out, we've been saving for that. So, we're asking.
Taking that building out
Right.
and replacing it.
Yeah. So, we were at 25 this year, and we're gonna encumber that 100 from 2021.
Right.
So it'll be 125 in that line next year. B&L's been working on designing that, I believe. Generator maintenance, G120, that needs to stay in there. We gotta do some maintenance. I don't know why we didn't have a 0 on here for all of our generators for our pump stations, for our sewer pump stations. This is the sewer line, 8120. Electricity, I think it's low, honestly. It was 23 halfway through the year, and we're at 30.
We need to do about 45, 46,000.
Previous years, I mean,
Yep. Well, it was 37 in 2020.
I'll make it 40,
Okay.
right? That's for all the pumps?
That's, yeah, for the pump stations, Kenmore Pump Station, all of Kingdom. Not 414, that's the county.
Again, telephone, if that's a landline,
But look how much we're up to. This, now we have a phone line and call at every pump station. So if that has to be changed, we have to change the whole system. Because we have, it calls my phone if there's a high level float, like during the rainstorms or whenever, if something fails, I get calls telling me what it is, and I call guys in to fix it. So that's why that one's high. I understand what you're saying about digital.
Well, no, IP, but yes. But we gotta look into it again. I mean, how many, if you got a half a dozen pump stations.
Well, we got more than that. 18, 17? Not all of them have call-outs, but yeah.
Not all of them have phone lines?
No, not all.
Well, we gotta look at it.
We get a phone call, we get a beat, car knocked out the building.
Especially since we gotta deal with community broadband.
Vehicle maintenance. I guess I'm going half. I mean, we were at 300, we want to put it at 1,000. Meters, we definitely spent meters, so
Yeah, they just came in.
they just
Bills
came
going
in. But I wouldn't, that's not really buying that much stuff, so I wouldn't mess with that. Manhole project. That's a new one. We have a list of like, let's see, 26 manholes that need to come up or they're caving in. They're the ones that we can't, we're just not staffed to do. Fall Street, Old Street. You've been through that gauntlet, right? With the manholes. So this is an estimate I got from Barton and Judas from prior jobs, like the last couple of years.
Did mine on my house a couple of years ago.
Still up?
Still up.
Is there any grants out there for the manhole covers or anything like that?
That'd be a better question for Peter and MRB. But I don't think it would be just for manhole covers. So it might be like the sewer separation and stuff like that. But this is something that I'm sure you guys may not get calls on, but I bet you Mike gets a call twice a week. Is that easy to say?
Easy. I get
Yeah.
files of people trying to get a claim against us.
People trying to get claims for tires and, yeah.
They're out of towners. I mean, the rest of us know.
So this next one, these pumps, I'm hoping to get this tower done, but I don't think it's going to be done anytime real soon. So, when we get the rain and we had 50 houses get sewage in their basements, especially on the north side, I got one 6-inch pump that we've used before, and I had a 4-inch pump. 4-inch pump, we had an accident where it's being fixed. And it happened right before the rainstorm. So now we have a 6-inch pump, and one 6-inch pump and all that rain. And even the 4 and the 6 wouldn't have held up. But if we can, and there's another bigger storm like that, and other emergencies, we could put this thing down behind the Phillies, and we run the pumps there, and we have to run right into the canal. I reported to the DEC. That's a better alternative if we could try and eliminate as many houses as we can that's backing up. So we might be able to put 3 pumps down there if it's like last time when we got 5 inches of rain in 1-2 days, and just pump it.
Sewage?
Yeah, it's rainwater and sewage, but it's better than being in people's basements or trying to eliminate as many houses as we can. The last time there was 5 inches of rain, that storm a couple months ago, I want to tell you there was 75 houses that the firehouse had to respond to pump out of sewage in their basement. And
It just doesn't sound like it's getting to the root cause.
oh no, it's not getting the root cause. We need to, the infrastructure underground needs to be fixed. It needs to be able to get, and it needs to be separated.
I just.
That's a
Personally,
Band-Aid.
I'd be afraid of putting in a Band-Aid that becomes kind of a permanent solution.
No, they,
And then every 4 or 5 years, you're replacing the
No,
6-inch pump,
no,
and the
no.
pump is.
no, so, hear me out. The DEC, let me,
All right,
let me say,
go ahead.
what I'm trying to say. So the DEC, every time I do this, I have to make a report,
Yep.
okay? The arrears go up. Hey, what's going on here? What's going on with that tank? What's going on with your sewer separation? So those projects, they gotta get done to stop this. But in the meantime, I have to get as much done for the people's homes, and I gotta pump it into the water, because we're not getting that separation done tomorrow, we're not getting it done in the next year or two. So, you know, what do you want me to do when it's raining like that and these people are calling me up? I got sewage in my basement and we can't help them. There's nothing we can do for them. I can't send our guys in their basement. The firehouse is over there sending hoses in their basement, pumping them out. So that's the only thing. I agree. We don't want to be doing this, but I don't know what choice I have. You know, we have to fix the root cause. We have to.
So how many pumps is buy? How many pumps?
One.
That's one pump
That's one. We already have two, but one's being fixed.
for $50,000?
Oh, yeah.
6-inch.
6-inch diesel on a trailer, wheel, you know, we use them all the time. We use them on water main breaks. We're using water main breaks, you can't get a shutdown, right? So we're digging, can't get it to slow down. Then we're pumping the water out of the hole. Sometimes you can't keep up, you gotta bring 2 pumps just to do that.
Well, this is that money, that COVID money that came from the feds,
Could be used,
could be used for this type of.
could be used.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not, this isn't something I want to do, and I agree with you that this is not the way to do business, but I don't have a choice. You know how bad it was to try, how many people did you have to tell, we can't help you? Yeah, you know.
No, it's, I mean, until there's a long-term plan and.
We need sewer separation.
Yep,
The
gotta happen.
The smoke testing thing that Peter's been talking about, and the other communities that are putting letters out in whatever way, I don't know how legally they're doing it, they're saying, hey, we're going by your house and we're doing a smoke test. And you came up with, you know, you're attached to the sewer the wrong way. You're gonna fix your stuff, or we're gonna shut your water off.
Well, you gotta change, the laws have to be changed.
Yes.
It's legal, you gotta change the laws, you gotta put a bite into it, and that'll help some of the problem, but there's a lot of compromised water lines and, or sewer lines and drainage lines.
But the sewer lines that,
You gotta start.
yeah, the people's houses.
Yeah.
So let's say you got an illegal sump pump going into the sewer. So basically, you're pumping right into your neighbor's house possibly. You know? That's
No,
what-
I
you
get
know,
it,
that's what
I
we
know
do
how
with each
it
other.
works, and I know
Right.
that there's a lot of,
So I wish I didn't need to do that.
I just hate the idea of pumping raw sewage.
Right.
What happens
So
anyway,
I-
I mean, when the system fails, I mean, we put 6 million gallons of sewage in the canal during August.
Yeah. And,
6 million.
Down at the
But I
sewage
try-
treatment plant.
no, right in the canal.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Yeah, right in the canal, in the streets. So if I
6
can,
million gallons.
if we can eliminate 10 of those houses during a big storm, I think it's worth that. When it happens, that somebody doesn't have it in their house. Because that's, to me, is much more dangerous in somebody's home than in the canal.
Sure. Especially since there's leachate in it, right?
I think the raw sewage, in my opinion, is probably worse, but.
Probably.
I'm gonna say probably, I'm not gonna,
Okay, where were we?
We're sitting there at about 50,000, so then we need a pump.
The pump,
I believe
6-inch pump.
But we ought to try to get a grant and or use some of the COVID Fed money for that.
ARP,
ARPA money?
ARP money.
Yes, right. And possibly the manhole project. That's another.
So what does that mean?
Means I think you gotta leave it in the budget, and then it might be.
Try to recoup it?
Other
Is that what you're
funding
saying?
sources. Use other sources, yeah.
So you wanna take it out of the budget?
No,
No.
we
Okay.
can't.
Leave it in the budget.
Leave it in there.
But we can pay for it, perhaps with some other funds.
There's the DOT screening again. You know, if it's not used, it's not used, only $500. I don't know how much you want to mess with it. Because overall, it could be $1,500 next year. System maintenance manhole covers, 3,000. That you can cross off since the other project is there.
So 3's gone?
448, yes.
That's 0.
And the manhole one, we're gonna see if we can use some of the COVID money as well.
We could. That's it.
But we're gonna ask B&L to bid it out, the project. And then if you guys.
But the way I understood that ARPA money, that's exactly what.
Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome. What page are we on? Sarah, what page am I on?
43. Let's go, Joe. Miscellaneous contractual.
I'm trying to do my diligence here.
Split it in half, that's good.
Pump station maintenance. Miscellaneous contractual, I cut it in half, because we were only at 122. We're not gonna use it if we don't need it. You wanna leave it, you wanna take more out?
So leave it.
Pump station maintenance, I was at 12,000. In 2020, we used 29, so I just don't think 15, I think it's kind of low to begin with, but if you leave it there, it's not gonna,
You put it in.
yeah, I think it's okay. The worst thing happens, we're over it. We're not gonna,
Steve's got a bank, don't worry about it.
emergency repairs. At 2,600, I got 10,000. We can put it at 8.
8.
There's the trainee, it went up 68%. I had to bring that up, didn't I?
Again, that's just the things that we talked about before.
Seasonal staff, there's the other 5, Steve? So where does that get
You
you?
got an additional 5, so you're 17.
That's it.
So,
That's the same as the other one. That's the same as the one we were talking about. Security, we already fixed. Sludge conveyor, 0, we fixed that. We have it, we're waiting for one more part. Dump truck, it's not lift, it's a, yeah, it is a lift. Final drives. The Bobcat, nothing. We don't need any attachments. 30,000. Final skirt. I forget how much they costed, but I believe that's why I got that in there. That's the other set of skirts. We got one on hand and the contractor's supposed to come do it.
64.
Gas safety meters. We have gas meters on. I don't know why it's not on this line, because we spent money on it. I have to have them calibrated every year for hydrogen sulfide and lack of oxygen. So I need to keep that in there. Someone has to come twice a year and calibrate it. The back truck, wastewater treatment. 21. I think if you put that at 2,000, it might be more than enough. We may not lose any there.
Maybe?
Yeah.
2,000.
Electricity, no control over, it looks like it's gonna be low like this year's use stuff. There's a telephone in there, Steve.
Yeah, telephone.
We didn't use any this year there though.
Should look at it. And again, down the sewer, this is at.
That's a sewer plant, 8130 is a sewer plant.
All right, so it's a single line,
Yep.
$250 a month.
We used,
So why don't we, you want to leave the telephone at 3 or knock?
You can knock it
We
down.
knock the other one down to what?
2,
You remember?
wasn't it 2?
I think it was 2.
2?
2,000.
All right,
Yeah.
let's put it at 2.
Okay.
We can get that lower than that. SCADA,
The bills for this year did not come in. I'd be afraid to mess with that, it'd be too low. Put it 8 maybe?
I mean, you know, because one year you got 11, 1 year 2.
Right, you never know.
And this is just maintenance for the,
Maintenance or just stuff breaking, and that, every time they come, and you know, they always want to say it's true. When it was put in, it was obsolete.
Yeah,
And,
it's
no, that was 2012.
yeah, it's full system.
Right.
So we put it at 8 or is gonna leave it at 10? 8?
Gasoline, definitely 8 is probably low, but vehicle maintenance, 5, and we were up to, we could put that to like 3,
3?
just in case. Chemicals, I don't think we can mess with that. We were at 20,000 halfway through the year. Better leave that. Safety training, I think we should leave. Sewage treatment, electrical, and dig contract, 5,000. I wouldn't take much off of that, but maybe 4. We were 1,500 halfway through almost.
4,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Laboratory testing, and I think that's right on, even though we're, well, we were 22 and 23, and now we're at 20, so I'll just leave that. We're close. DEC permits, I believe it's 10 grand, so plus that 14, so it's probably, I wouldn't mess with that either. I mean, you can make it 13, but I don't think that's really helping that much.
So we're leaving it 14?
I think you should.
I mean, is that a standard fee or is it vary?
It depends on what you get that year, but the big one is 10 probably. So we're up to 1475 because we not only have the speedies for the plant, we have the truck hauling permits, and then we have DEC permits for the stow containment.
So it is variable.
Yeah. Plant supplies, we're right on pace for 6 grand. And that's 8, so we'll put 6.
6?
$44. I don't know. 45. I like the way under that page. 46 and 47 now.
Do you need drying beds, Bill? That's the one that you know.
Is that the one with drying beds? Yeah, that doesn't need to be on there.
44.
Top of 44?
Oh, yeah, drying beds. I'm sorry, guys.
Drying bed.
Yeah, well, drying beds, there's no money in it, right? Ooh.
Yeah, you put
45.
Oh, no, you know what it is?
That's the,
No, it's the drying bed's roof.
yeah,
That's why I was wondering this. Yeah, that, yeah, the roof on the drying beds
or,
is, they're flying off in the wind. It's corrugated, the fiberglass.
Shouldn't that be under roof repairs?
Well, drying bed's roof. Yeah, roof repairs is the main building now.
All right.
So that's why we were calling it that.
45K?
Yeah, we got an estimate for like
We got the-
43,
Okay.
an initial estimate.
that was a while ago.
Yep. Safety equipment is right on pace for where we're at. I apologize about skipping that page.
Nothing you can touch on the rest of it.
46, 47, 48, 49, I don't know. 50, 51, no. Why do I always think? I don't have any more. Why do I always
Done.
think?
Doesn't have anymore, he's done.
I'm done? Yeah, Bridgeport doesn't exist anymore.
All right.
Thank you.
I thought Peterson's was more fun.
Okay. I enjoyed this, it was nice.
It was a little more test.
Cool.
Jim?
Bill,
So we got police, and we have town clerk, and we have parks and recreation Thursday night. But,
We need to spend a little bit of time on some of the other things, though, too.
all right,
Well, that should happen.
all right, thank you. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
That can happen Thursday night.
See you tomorrow.
Because the Parks and Recreation is, please, they're both big. Mine is